And you're live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third meeting of the work group to address police reform and accountability here in Maryland. Good afternoon to Madam Speaker who is joining us and to my colleagues. We are going to just get right into it and start. We have a panel here at 1 o'clock, and then at 2:30 we will be hearing from the public, and we have approximately 100 individuals signed up to testify. So we're just going to go ahead and get started. The panel is going to speak for about 30 minutes, and then it'll be open up to the members to ask questions. I will just introduce the first panelist, and then the rest of the panelists can introduce themselves and say who you're with. And I'm happy to introduce the first member who is speaking of the panel, President Willie Flowers, who is a Howard County resident, yay, and is the president of the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP. So thank you for joining us, and thank you to the other panelists as well. And President Flowers, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and members of the committee. My name is Willie Flowers, and I'm the president of the NAACP Maryland State Conference, and we represent 24 branches in the state of Maryland. We have joined this coalition from across the state to highlight needed demands that have been propelled by generations of pitfalls in policing and the ills of systemic and institutional racism. We all have a remarkable opportunity to lead the nation in taking legislative steps to mitigate conflict with police and community on the front end, as opposed to the tradition of justifying misconduct that is often the case on the back end of family and community crisis with policing. What we are saying with our statewide coalition is that we can work as a collective to build a better future for policing in the state of Maryland. In addition, we have the support of 33 delegates and senators. This year alone, we have had the tragedy of citizens dying in police custody in Prince George's and Baltimore County within a 2-week period. At the same time, a grandmother was shoved down and arrested in her front yard in Baltimore County as well, not to mention the prior shootings occurring gangs and the many lives lost in Baltimore City, including Freddie Gray. For these and many other reasons, we put forth the following demands for consideration. 1, allow investigations into all police misconduct to be disclosed under the Maryland Public Information Act. 2, create statutory limits on the use of police force by law enforcement. 3, repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. 4, give the people of Baltimore the ability to govern the City of Baltimore Police Department. And 5, take law enforcement out of the schools. Again, this is our opportunity to work together with governments, elected officials, law enforcement, grassroots organizations, and ordinary people to be the example of how to reconstruct what is broken and make better what works in the state of Maryland. So our coalition of survivors of police violence, advocacy organizations, and ordinary citizens demand that the long overdue reforms be considered and passed into law during the next General Assembly legislative session, and with sufficient time to override a potential veto by Governor Hogan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next, I think, Matt, is Ms. Roth, who needs to be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great. Well, thank you, Chairwoman Atterbury, for this introduction and for the working group for the invitation. My name is Christina Roth, and I'm Amnesty International USA's Senior Advocate for Criminal Justice Program. My work looks at state and federal advocacy and casework to abolish the death penalty and stop unlawful use of force by police. Today, I'm clearly here to discuss police use of force. Let me first give a clear answer to a question Delegate Acevero asked in the first public convening of this working group. Maryland does not have a state statutory law to limit the use of force by law enforcement. Police departments may have policies to provide standards for how less than lethal and lethal force can be used, and there may be training on those use of deadly force as well, but neither of these things carry the force of law. It has been noted in an earlier presentation before the working group, the legislation passed by the legislature after Freddie Gray was killed still leaves many wanting on how or if these policies are being enforced. For example, as we are all likely familiar, just 6 years ago, Eric Garner was killed by New York City Police Department. At the time of Eric Garner's killing, the police department had a policy that prevented the use of chokeholds. That said, clearly, it didn't make a difference for the way that his life was taken or how Eric was taken from his family. It's clear to me that based on this and many other examples, that policies alone will not save families from losing their loved ones to police use of lethal force. I will notice, of course, that Maryland is not alone, as it is among 9 states and Washington, D.C. that also lacks a use of force statutory law. These other states are Massachusetts, Michigan, Ohio, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming, and DC. For these states, an absence of police use of deadly force statutory law, their standard then becomes the default national standard set through 2 US Supreme Court cases, Tennessee versus Garner in 1985 and Graham versus Connor in 1989. In Garner, the court prohibited the use of deadly force unless it is necessary to prevent the escape of a fleeing felon and other officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of violence to the officer or the community. In Graham, a few years later, the court ruled reasonableness of a particular use of force be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, and its calculus must embody all allowance for the fact that police officers are often forced to make split-second decisions about the amount of force necessary in a particular situation. When we consider the brutal killing of George Floyd, where not only Officer Chauvin, but 3 other officers knelt on George Floyd's body while he begged for his life, despite charges against all of the officers involved, I would not be surprised if given the reasonable officer standard, considering that all of the officers involved decided that an amount of force was necessary, that the court determines that this killing be justified. While Graham's reasonableness standard is commonplace and widely accepted by law enforcement, some states' use of force statutes incorporate additional elements that bring important clarity and even push beyond the floor set by these cases. Last year, California amended their use of force law to a necessary standard considered more restrictive than the reasonableness standard. California's law asks courts to look beyond Graham by considering the actions of the officer and the subject leading up to the incident. We have seen too often how officers' grossly negligent actions may have created what was deemed a need for deadly force. It's time we put laws in place to hold officers accountable for this. The quintessential function of law enforcement is to preserve life, and by that, I don't exclusively mean their own, but Maryland must enact a use of force statutory law to prioritize a person's right to survive an interaction with a police officer by limiting the use of deadly force to unless necessary as a last resort to prevent an imminent threat to life after exhausting reasonable options. It's reasonable to expect an officer to de-escalate an interaction first, create no substantial risk to a third party, and provide a warning if an officer has exhausted reasonable options and determined that deadly force will be used unless the subject ceases. Other states have enacted some of these provisions, and the US House of Representatives passed them as part of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act in June. We believe it's time for the state of Maryland to enact a use of force statutory law that includes these provisions too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Monisha. Yep, you're unmuted. There you go.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. I'm Monisha Charial, an attorney with the Public Justice Center. Thank you, Chairwoman Atterbury, for this opportunity to speak today. I'd like to walk you through a few scenarios that illustrate how we police our kids in our schools. Number 1, 11th grade girl in foster care with a significant history of trauma. A classmate has been talking about her in the locker room. She tries to walk away, but they brush up against one another. She's triggered, they end up in a fight. Fists fly, but there are no weapons, no serious injuries besides their pride. What do we call that? Assault 2 under our criminal code. Number 2, 8th grade boy waiting for his school bus. Principal yells at him for having his scooter out. He talks back, ends up missing the bus. The principal tells him not to, but he goes back in the school to call his mom for a ride. What is it? Trespassing. Number 3, an 11-year-old girl messing around in class. She grabs her friend's jacket, takes a marker and colors on it. What's this one? Malicious destruction of property. These are real kids that my colleagues and I have represented in 3 different school districts in Maryland. And in every one of these cases, the kids were arrested at school by police stationed on site. In 2 of the 3, officers exerted force, taking the children to the ground, pressing a knee into their backs, causing them to cry and yell out in pain. Not only are these stories true, they are common. There were over 3,100 arrests of students in our schools last year. 70% were for fights not involving weapons and for offenses like disruption, trespass, small-time theft, and the like. Most of the remainder are for drug possession, like marijuana in a backpack. 56% of students who are arrested are Black, even though they're only about 1/3 of our student population. A child in a school with a police officer is 5 times as likely to be arrested for disorderly conduct and twice as likely to be arrested for a fist fight. We are arresting kids for being kids in the very setting where they're supposed to learn how to grow into successful adults. And we're doing it because the cops we assign to our schools are, by definition, responsible for enforcing the law. When they see horseplay in the hallway or one student ride off with another's bike, they don't necessarily see children who need to be taught. Children whose brains are still figuring out impulse control or who don't yet have the tools to constructively resolve a conflict. They see a person committing willful disturbance of school activities, a crime, or a robbery, even if the person is 15, even if the person is 8. And the impact on the children themselves is devastating. Research has shown that even one adverse encounter with a cop is likely to traumatize a child and derail his education for years to come. When we consider these impacts, it begs the question, why do we have police in schools at all? We say it's for safety, a response to Columbine and the shootings that have followed. But there is no real evidence that the presence of officers decreases school violence. One analysis by a professor from the University of Maryland concluded that for no crime was an increase in the presence of school police significantly related to decreased crime rates. And that has been the finding in study after study after study. Some have actually found a correlation between increased police presence in schools and student misbehavior. If we really want to keep schools safe and prevent students, particularly students of color, from experiencing fear and trauma in their classrooms and cafeterias and playgrounds, we need officers out and social workers, school psychologists, counselors, restorative approaches practitioners, and community school coordinators in. Research has shown that when you build positive relationships among students and between children and adults in schools, you make it easier to resolve conflict peacefully. When you provide students who have suffered adverse childhood experiences with mental health care, you bring them out of fight or flight mode so they don't lash out when provoked. When you make schools welcoming, students and staff alike invest in one another and feel safer. We need legislation to achieve this shift. Instead of telling schools to invite in the police, as the law currently does, we need them to hire student support and mental health professionals. We need to reinvest the $10 million per year that we currently spend on school police under the, quote, Safe to Learn Act towards student mental health, wraparound services, and restorative approaches. And we need to do that this year to respond to the legitimate fear that many Black children feel when they encounter an officer in school after seeing the endless footage of police killing people who look like them. And in recognition that in the age of COVID, so many more kids have suffered trauma and need our help. We hope you'll join us in supporting this effort so that schools can truly be safe spaces for all children to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Roca. And as soon as you're on, there you go.
Good afternoon. My name is David Roca. I'm a senior staff attorney for the ACLU of Maryland. Thank you, Chair Atterbury, for hearing from me and all of us today. I know you've heard from various folks in prior meetings about the content and mechanics of the, well, I'm sorry, let me just say, I'm going to talk about two topics today, the Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights and the Maryland Public Information Act. I know you've heard from participants in prior meetings about the content and mechanics of the LEOBR, so I'm not going to focus on the details. I want to focus on why we are calling for the repeal of the Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights. The central feature of the LEOBR is that it grants special rights to police officers in the context of administrative discipline that apply to no other public employees other than correctional officers who got copycat legislation passed in 2014. The central feature of those special rights is that officers cannot be disciplined unless they are convicted in a mini trial generally judged by other officers. That is simply no way to run an agency, and it is certainly not required by any of the constitutional protections of due process, which all public employees, whether a law enforcement officer or not, are entitled to. And in the context of today's hearing, it's critical to recognize that the only agencies in which employees have these special rights are those that have the most far-reaching and disproportionate contact with Black and Latina Marylanders, the police and the correctional systems. I also want to be clear that repealing the LEOBR will not by itself solve all of our problems with policing or even police accountability. That's because LEOBR's worst provisions are mirrored both in local ordinances or in collective bargaining agreements. But unless and until we repeal the straitjacket that is the LEOBR, we cannot even begin to address these problems on a local level. And unless and until we repeal the LEOBR, we cannot even begin to create alternate methods of police accountability that allow for greater civilian control. Some of the questions that we have heard raised include the following. Does the LEOBR need to be replaced with something else? The short answer to that question is no. The LEOBR is a regressive law that never should have been enacted. Most states, the vast majority of states in the United States, do not have such a law, and the sky has obviously not fallen in those places. Would repealing the LEOBR mean that police officers would have no due process rights when it comes to discipline? The answer, again, is clearly no. They will have the same constitutional and statutory rights that other state and local government employees have. The constitutional minimum or the constitutional right is set by the Supreme Court's decision in Cleveland Board of Education versus Loudermill, 1985, and subsequent cases. And none of those cases require the mini trial that is specified in the LEOBR. What is constitutionally required is notice of the charges, an opportunity to be heard by the decision maker, and an opportunity to challenge any discipline imposed after the fact in an evidentiary hearing. And that is precisely what state law provides in Title III of the State Personnel and Pensions article, and is mirrored with respect to local government employees in local laws. Is the LEOBR necessary to ensure accurate investigations or prevent abuse? Here again, I think the answer is clearly no. First of all, we don't think the LEOBR is necessary in the context of any other public employee, and that's because the incentives to get it right exist regardless of when a hearing takes place. And there's something simply absurd about saying that we don't trust police to investigate police when we trust them to investigate and charge all of us. At the last workgroup meeting, I think Delegate Anderson asked whether repealing the LEOBR, how that would affect current police union contracts. And the short answer is that it wouldn't, The contract would remain in force for as long as the contract is in force. The LEOBR is a state law that limits police chiefs' ability to discipline officers, and that limits limits the type of disciplinary process that police agencies can set up. If the LEOBR is repealed, those limits would be lifted, so chiefs and jurisdictions would have more flexibility both in negotiating contracts and in administering discipline. I want to close the LEOBR part by saying that bills of rights are rights given to people to protect against government abuse. The LEOBR is a Bill of Rights intended to protect government actors against accountability to the people that they are supposed to serve. It has turned the idea of a Bill of Rights on its head, and it is long since past time for it to be repealed. And I'm going to close by talking about the need to repeal the Public Information Act. The lack of transparency over how police discipline or how police agencies hold officers accountable is a real and critical problem. As you know, Maryland is in the minority of states that prohibits police departments from disclosing disciplinary records. This is because thanks to a Maryland Court of Appeals decision from several years ago, the court held that records of internal investigations should be classified as personnel records, which are categorically prohibited from being disclosed under our Public Information Act. And without reform of the PIA, there is no mechanism for communities to know that officers are properly being held accountable because there is no transparency. Being told that everything is fine and that the agency is doing everything correctly and we should simply trust them is simply not acceptable in a democracy, period, and certainly not now. Even worse, this secrecy applies precisely when the public interest in disclosure is at its highest, when an identifiable or identified officer has allegedly engaged in misconduct. And it's critical to recognize also that the interest in disclosure is not limited to an individual complainant, but is held by the public at large, particularly through the press. Making internal affairs records or classifying internal affairs records as investigatory records rather than personnel would mean that those records are subject to the same rules about disclosure as every police record about each of us. It would not mandate disclosure, it would simply allow it. It would allow for redactions, but it would require police agencies to offer a justification for redactions subject to judicial review. In closing, I want to thank you for hearing from me and from the others on the panel. We strongly urge the work group to recommend a full repeal of the LEOBR and comprehensive reform to the MPIA that allows for full transparency over disciplinary records. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Love?
All right, good afternoon, committee and fellow panelists and general public. Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. So the panelists have said a lot of, what I think is important to say. Where the way I want to tie it all together is to really talk about the frame in which we believe legislators should be using to interpret and navigate many of the proposals that are going to come before you. I think too often in the public mainstream, a lot of the conversation around police accountability is in this framework of community police relations. And I urge the legislature to change that frame to emphasize the importance of community oversight and control. What I mean by that is, to the extent to which reform is understood to be substantive should be to the extent that the community has more control and oversight over law enforcement. Other legislative efforts I would classify as, in many respects, legislative empty calories. When we look at the 2016 legislation that passed, I think part of the problem that myself and other advocates have had with it is that it uses this frame of community police relations and not this frame of what gives the community more power and oversight over law enforcement. So whether it's the shortening of the 10-day rule, whether it's allowing complaints to not have to be notarized, whether it's more police training, these are not the kind of efforts that give the community the instruments of power over the nature of how law enforcement happens. It's a part of why I testified against the bill in the 2016 bill. It's because what tends to happen is that when we're not talking about community oversight and control, then it doesn't deal with the primary deterrent towards police corruption, which is the ability for people outside of law enforcement to have the mechanisms of the information to know what's going on and access to the processes necessary to punish those in law enforcement that abuse and undermine the humanity of people in our community. And I think that's why we continue to see in the news incidences of police brutality and police misconduct, is because of just the level of insularity that the LEOBR, the Maryland Public Information Act in particular, provide. It creates a framework where it makes sense for law enforcement to not believe that the things that they do that are problematic are going to be accessible to the public, and that it'll be other law enforcement officers that adjudicate the legitimacy of their conduct in the community. One of the things that I want to caution the legislature on is because I believe the mistake that was made in 2016 was, again, about the lack of the framework that really centers community oversight and control. And so a part of what happens is that we find ourselves in a situation where there's a national conversation about what is wrong with law enforcement and how to fix it. And one of the things that, I've been pretty critical of the General Assembly, and particularly the Democratic Party leadership, in putting forward symbolic gestures towards issues of racial justice that don't actually undermine the power differential that constitutes the injustice that actually exists in our communities. And so my hope is, and for instance, one of the places where we're going to see that is the way in which many of the protections that law enforcement has is put in the framework of labor and workers' rights, right? And there's a significant power that labor is able to wield in its ability to protect the kinds of the institutional arrangement that currently exists around law enforcement. And so it's going to be very important that if we're serious about what it means to actually address this issue of police brutality and police misconduct, we're going to have to directly confront an arrangement of power, of institutional arrangement, right, that allows for law enforcement to have a advantage in terms of power as it relates to the community. So my hope is that our conversation about what happens moving forward is centered on the question of how do we give the community more power? How do we give community the instruments of defense against the abuses of police officers and the ability to meaningfully participate in the discipline of officers that violate the humanity of those in our community? That should be the central frame. And so for those reasons, that's why I think it's important for the reforms that we mentioned, that the other panelists mentioned, are going to be essential in that endeavor.
Thank you. And that concludes the panel's presentation. And we have a few questions for you, starting with Delegate Moon, and then we'll move to Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks everyone for joining us again for this conversation. This is a question about the use of force proposal, and obviously I endorse restricting use of force, but for the benefit of my colleagues, myself, and people watching, I would be curious if Amnesty or maybe anyone who just testified could just tell us exactly how they foresee changing the use of force standards to be more restrictive. How does that actually play out in places you've seen with actual live cases and officer accountability? And by that I mean, all right, so we have a new standard. We're making it less likely that you're gonna see an officer shoot. But what if they do and they violated the department policy? I guess I'm curious what other places have done. Is this, all right, so now we're opening up potential criminal charges. There's maybe civil suits. In Maryland, we have damages caps into the $875,000 if someone gets killed. And then we've got the possibility of administrative discipline, whatever that is, firing, not getting rehired, getting your pay docked or whatever. So it just seems like there's a lot out there that could happen. And I'd like to see what would actually happen in Maryland if we change the standard for accountability. And to the extent you need to think about examples of how this would play out, I would rather we not think about this from a quote more obvious case like the George Floyd case, where everyone's looking at that and being like, yeah, that's wrong. Something more like a mental health case where police arrive on scene and they shoot someone who they thought was dangerous but turned out to be unarmed. I mean, that's a very common case in Maryland. So if folks could just tell us what happens when we change the use of force standards and what exactly you're proposing, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
I'd be delighted to answer that. And if others would like to follow up, feel free to. Amnesty does believe in our North Star as international standards. And so for that would be the basic principles of use of force and firearms by police. There isn't a state in the US that meets those standards, but it is my mission to try to push states to move their use of force standards closer to that. And by that, I'm not talking about department policy. I mean, what their statutory laws say. And so what we have found, and not necessarily Amnesty, but what others have found through research is that when police departments restrict their policies, they have found that fewer people are in fact shot and killed, and it doesn't actually mean that there is any difference about the amount of injury of the law enforcement officers themselves. In Washington state, they were under a consent decree with the Department of Justice in Seattle, the Seattle Police Department, who now certainly we are seeing having some other challenges, but at the time they were under a consent decree and they were forced to change their use of force department policy. And after doing so, of course, because of this consent decree, they also had to report on the changes. They changed their standard to make it more restrictive so that it was one of necessity versus reasonableness. And they did see better results because of that. And so we believe that's the direction that we have to move. As far as states that actually have done this, California is really the only one recently to enact a necessity standard, and they just did it last year. So it's too soon for me to know for a fact exactly what the impact of that will be. But we have to believe that these restrictions, as we've seen, not just in Seattle, but in other places as well, as other advocates have said, make a difference in the way that officers believe they can use force, and that is important. Changing the standard in the department level is not insignificant, but too often, because the decisions about what civil penalties may be are in the hands of a chief of police, or potentially there's some oversight from an oversight civilian review board, or maybe a city council, but it all really depends on where you're talking about. They don't necessarily result in the sort of justice I think that a lot of families are looking for when their loved ones are taken, whatever the circumstances may be, right? They don't often result in officers either losing their jobs or seeing any criminal penalties. There are 1,000 people that are shot and killed by police in the US every year, approximately. We don't know because the government has still yet to implement the Death and Custody Reporting Act. And of those cases, very few of them result in prosecutions or convictions. Since 2005, between 2005 and 2019, something like 5 cases. And so I do believe that a reason for that is because the laws themselves are insufficient to prove that. And so that's why I think this coalition of individuals believes that not just that the standards at the department level need to change, but the state needs to enact a law to match that.
That's it. David, would you like to follow up?
Yeah, if I could just add quickly, I think, Delegate Moon, that the goal of enacting a statutory change is not primarily or limited to punishing an officer. The primary goal is to change officer behavior. And I think the need for a statutory change is rooted in the reality that absent a change like that, the behavior is not likely to change. And so if the behavior doesn't change, then all of the mechanisms that you mentioned are available as tools to drive behavioral change, whether it's administrative discipline, a civil suit to force an agency to take an issue seriously and adequately train and monitor officers to ensure that they're acting appropriately, and criminal penalties where an officer's misconduct is sufficiently flagrant and violative of the standard set to allow for that punishment. And in practical terms, I think one important thing about changing the standard to necessity is that it broadens the lens that the law looks at in judging the reasonableness or the propriety of police conduct. So instead of simply asking whether at a particular moment was the conduct reasonable, the standard that we're arguing for broadens the inquiry to look at whether police are putting themselves in situations where use of deadly force becomes either permissible or even inevitable, and aimed at ensuring that that doesn't happen in the first place.
I'd like to add to that I think policy is important and training is extremely important. David Roker can testify to the fact that in 1999, when Martin O'Malley was elected in Baltimore City, he put forth a very aggressive policing strategy that escalated not just arrests, but these other challenges that we have with trust and a lack of trust between the police and the community. And none of that was done with community input. It was just a political decision to basically make a military force in Baltimore City. Arrests went up, and the city of Baltimore is still recovering, and there's no trust between the police and the community. So this whole thing about who sets the tone, if it's the political leadership that's going to set the tone, then you're going to get these negative situations with policing. But if the community comes together, then we have opportunity to frame it so that human services is a concern, mental health is a concern, and significant case management can be a concern when we're making police stops. And because it should never be the case that someone should be killed for something as simple as a police stop on the side of the road. So I think that training is important. I do think that the mindset of the leadership, police, and the city governments is also important.
Thank you. The next question is Delegate Fisher, and then we'll move to Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our panelists. I feel like I have so many questions, but I'm gonna just narrow it down to two. My first one is something, and I apologize to my work group members who sit on judiciary with me, because I know they've heard me say this like 50,000 times, but I have a real issue in our state with inconsistency amongst police departments and the variation that you get county to county. And as state lawmakers in this work group, at least for me, I think one of the goals is to create accountability that's consistent throughout the state of Maryland. Could any of you delve into some ideas or some resources for us to implement systematic accountability amongst departments, regardless of who the chief of police is and regardless of who said county executive is for that county? So that's my first question. My part two question is expanding a little bit on a different angle on use of force. There have been ideas of, should we have a different type of criminal code? For example, in my county, Mr. Green was shot and killed by a police officer from Prince George's County, handcuffed in the passenger seat of the vehicle. So if you're a prosecutor, is that a regular murder as if I killed someone, or should police officers have a different murder standard as they have public trust and when they're committing that crime? So those are my two questions. I know that's a lot and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I think it's impossible to have a standard for everyone in the state of Maryland. We have the same challenge with police, not just police, but we have it with school districts. It's just a very challenged situation. Right now, the state conference of the NAACP, so that it's, in the open here, we have a challenge with the discussion about SROs in schools, because we have so many different relationships in these 24 branches with police and the school districts. So I don't even know if it's possible, but what is possible is for us all to work to have the attitude that we have to do the community organizing at the grassroots to get everybody to pay attention to the disparity in the social determinants of health that create these challenges that happen in all communities.
Anyone else like to chime in on that?
Yeah, I'll try to answer a little bit. I hear the question and the concern, and I think if the legislature wanted to go further than simply repealing the LEOBR and limit local jurisdictions' ability to to replicate the provisions of the LEOBR, either in local law or in collective bargaining agreements. The legislature certainly has the power to do that. I think the difficulty in specifying particular disciplinary mechanisms is that we have police departments that are very different in size, and the LEOBR itself is currently a straitjacket that limits localities' davon to create the kinds of mechanisms of civilian control that Davon Love was talking about. And so I think the most important critical step in the first instance is to remove that straitjacket. I think it is then worth experimenting with different methods of local control and local accountability and seeing what works best, and then perhaps based on that, enacting a statewide standard. But at the moment, we are operating with a straitjacket that not only prevents local control, it was designed to and does prevent accountability. And so the most important critical, bar none, first step is to eliminate that. Once we've done that, then I think we can start talking about enacting replacement systems that provide for greater accountability and greater control. And I think there was a second part to the question that I also wanted to address, but I apologize that in...
It's okay. It was just seeing y'all's opinion on the criminal aspect of acts that police take. You know, I've had police departments tell me, well, that wasn't an action of police, that was an action of a criminal. And they agreed with that. Okay, so then should that person face the same day in court that I do? But you had public trust when you committed that murder. So is that the same?
Right. So here's the difficulty with police is that they are authorized to use force up to and including in some circumstances deadly force to perform their duty. And so any law governing police use of force has to grapple with that inherent tension. And so as long as we have police or anyone, I mean, that right is not, there are circumstances in which you or I are also authorized to use force. It's not in the performance of any official duty, but in self-defense, et cetera. So what we're talking about is how the law should take into account when it should recognize self-defense, or when it should recognize that what should be the scope of police officers' lawful use of force. And I think there's no way of escaping the fact that if we're going to have police officers who are empowered to coercively enforce the law, which is that's what police do, then there is going to be some scope of force, and we have to decide how we're going to cabinet.
I think, yeah, Ms. Roth wanted to answer as well.
Thanks. I agree with a lot of what David said, but I think, to the point that's being made, certainly there are state actors who have the ability to use deadly force. That also includes corrections officers, I imagine, in the state of Maryland. I know it does in other places. And I think it's reasonable to assume that we have laws that then provide for everyone the same standard for how that force can be limited, right? I don't think it should be a different right if you're talking about Charles County or Montgomery County or other counties in Maryland. Why would that doesn't make any sense, right? And at the very least, there needs to be a standardization of police departmental policy. But I think absent of a law for the state of Maryland, you are going to find yourself bereft of accountability. And the hope behind the law, in addition to a policy or instead of a policy, is that serves as a deterrent for force being used to a particular degree anyway. As I mentioned before, the use of force by police laws across the country, not only are they insufficient for international standards, they're insufficient. Some of them don't meet constitutional standards, and they're very different all across the country. So that in and of itself is a problem that the US has, despite the problem that we were talking about today in Maryland. And I think that it is incredibly important there be a standardization of that, and that the necessary standard is something that is feasible. And while officers have pushed against that, it's clear that other states have enacted it. So I find that argument to be a little bit lacking. So I would just say that, of course, use of force is an important aspect towards accountability, but there are other things as well. And because in Maryland, you also do have a law enforcement bill of rights that does stand in the way of some of these changes that have been pushed for in the state prior. So there's no silver bullet to the answer of accountability. It's an amalgamation of reforms that the state will need to consider. But I do think certainly that you would be lacking if you didn't address policing in schools and the use of force standard for the state.
Next, we're going to move on to Delegate Rosenberg and then Delegate Schlega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is a request to committee staff. That is, when we consider the issue of police in the schools, that we become aware of what does Kerwin require in terms of social services. It's my best understanding or recollection that Kerwin would require that in certain schools that there be social work staff, broadly speaking. So I think we should know what that would be, as well as the general public, as we look at the issue of if we are going to say there shall not be police in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Schlega. Hopefully we can hear you when you unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. I want to have a question going further with the SRO question that Delegate Rosenberg just asked. So did I hear you, Mr. Flowers, say that you're advocating to get rid of SROs in our public schools?
The demands for am I on?
Hi,
The demands for the coalition are to remove SROs from the public schools.
yes. Except I'm in the midst of a hearing that I really should be listening.
Okay. We still have Sandy on the line. Well, I would say, Mr. Flowers, that I haven't been in the legislature that long, I think 10 years, but long enough to remember when we had a horrific shooting in one of our schools in St. Mary's County, and the school resource officer saved countless lives by being there. And after that, we had a great move to make sure all of our schools had school resource officers. And so I think we agree that community policing is something where the community gets to know the police and, you know, has a better relationship with law enforcement is great. And that's the focus of most of our SRO programs. I know in Harford County, we made a financial decision to put an SRO in all of our middle and high schools because people who live there wanted that. And then in Baltimore County, I represent both Baltimore and Harford County, the National School Resource Officer of the Year was from Overly High this year. And her resume is amazing. She's at Overly High. She is the lead mentor and co-facilitator of the IT Girls of Overly High School. Stands for Inspiring True Girl Power Through Respect, Leadership, and Sophistication. It's a mentoring program. And, you know, she's just had such a great impact and influence there with the girls and boys in that high school. I would resist strongly this move to get rid of all school resource officers, and I'm not sure where that's coming from. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. What I'll add, not to counter what you're saying, because I certainly, as like you, embrace professional law enforcement officers, and there are plenty of them. But in this scenario that you explained, the emphasis on their excellence wasn't based on them being police. Rather, it was the reality that they were being what I would call professional human services officers. And in this scenario where we're sending police to the schools to police, we get the attitude of police. And they have to learn to be basically social workers, to do case management, and to network so that families can have access to the human services resources in a community. And so I think what you're missing in the discussion about removing police from the schools is we're not, you know, the goal is to focus more on the power of what is really missing. And in most of these schools that you name, I know, and you know, you said Harford County, you have those challenges. Baltimore County, you have these challenges. We all have these fascinating, historic, never in a generation pitfalls and social determinants of health, not in the schools, but in the communities, as you mentioned, the communities. Well, it's the case that those police are responding to those pitfalls. So what we want to graduate to is empowering those resources that are missing. We're talking about somebody who doesn't have food in their house, and they come to school, you know, with the attitude of not eating at home. Maybe somebody's unemployed. All these are social determinants of health that cause the challenges when they enter the school. That child should not be policed. That child should be handed the resources that they need so that their mental health is solved. Their challenges about something as basic as hunger is resolved, and any other challenges that come with that. So if we police that, we get an arrest that should not happen.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Flowers, I think you started out by saying attitudes of policing. So, you know, I'm not sure you know our school resource officers. They have wonderful training in these things. And we look at it as an opportunity for the police and law enforcement to have very positive interactions with children. So they grow up, they don't have a bad relationship with law enforcement. So, you know, I think we can walk and chew gum, but I don't think that asking to get rid of the school resource officers in my parts of the state would be boldly rejected, because those school resource officers that we have are trained really well in social work. And when you read, I encourage you to Google this officer from Baltimore County and you read what a great job she's doing in Overly. And there's certainly, you know, have a lot of population students of color in Overly High School. So, you know, right there, she's doing a great job. Why don't we replicate that instead of throw the baby out with the bathwater? So thank you again, Madam Chair.
May I
Would it be okay for me to respond?
Yes,
Well,
go ahead.
Thank you, Matt.
I want to close up because I think she's looking at this from a micro level, and there's a larger systemic challenge that we have because we're talking about policing overall. But I do compliment what you're saying about the details of it. And I'm sorry you misinterpreted what I said about the attitude of police, because I'm thinking more of a macro level and not the individual situation that you're talking about. And I'm from Howard County, where I can itemize, I'm with the NAACP. We have members. One of our members was the first SRO in Howard County. So I understand the value that you're highlighting, but on a larger macro sense, the goal is to, again, I don't know if you heard what I said, and I appreciate what you're saying about the training that the SROs in Harford County or Baltimore County have, but we wouldn't be having this conversation if we didn't highlight this demand. And instead of, I guess, only hearing the removal, please understand that we have a police structure in the state of Maryland that has gone unchecked. And until we work together to get them to focus on the greater significance of human services design, we won't have these types of conversations. So we've accomplished something here, and I thank you for highlighting that, because it's very important to hear both sides.
Thank you. I think Monisha wants to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Jalika, for your question. You had a lot there, and I want to be able to respond to it. It may be true with respect to the question of school police acting as social workers or counselors. It certainly may be true that some try to play that role, but the reality is that they don't have the years of education and expertise on mental health and child development that these professionals do and have to have in order to be certified. A one-week course just isn't going to make a cop into a mental health practitioner. So if we want,
I don't think they have a one-week course. I think you're making some assumptions that don't match up with the facts. And I'm sorry, but if you want a 24-year-old social worker right out of college and you're going to match their talents with an SRO that's been doing it for 20 years, you're making some very broad sweeping comments that I don't think are true.
Okay, well, I'm certainly happy to follow up with more facts for the work group, but I think it's fair to say, I think it's probably not a controversial statement, that people who are professional social workers and counselors have a set of skills that cops are not trained to have. And if we want folks to have those services, we want them to have mentors, we should hook them up with educators and coaches and counselors who can play that role, not folks who have the responsibility and authority to arrest kids if they screw up. So that's one point. And I
think I would disagree with you. So you said we agree on that. We don't all agree on that. So I think police officers, SROs, do have special training, and there is a lot of value in the SRO program building relationships with law enforcement and children. And they do a good job at that. And all of our public schools have guidance counselors, and they have other counselors in schools, so we can do both. I reject your notion, so I would say we don't have broad agreement on that.
Okay, well, I do want to also, I appreciate your response. I do, again, want to share for purposes of the committee, since you did raise the question about school shootings. I appreciate that question, because certainly the concern about school shootings is what's prompted a lot of the expansion of police in schools here in Maryland and nationwide. We've steadily and exponentially grown as a result of that. But folks have studied this. I encourage you to look at a study analysis put together by the Washington Post just last year. Found that in 200 instances of gun violence in schools over the past several years, in only 2 did an SRO bring down the shooter. And many of those episodes occurred in schools with police. The Parkland shooting is a perfect example. There was a police officer in that school and he was completely unable to stop that shooter. And as for Great Mills, we really don't know, right? The student who brought the gun to school killed himself. We don't know, whether he would have done that himself, regardless of whether an officer was there. So the bottom line is, school shootings are horrific. I'm a parent too. I've got my daughter in school, and it's absolutely horrifying to think about the prospect of children being in danger in that way. Fortunately, it remains true that this kind of incident is incredibly rare. It's an incredibly remote risk. There is no clear evidence demonstrating that police actually reduce school shootings or any other type of school violence. So even though we put officers in schools to respond to those remote risks around active shooters, what we see happen is that instead they end up arresting and criminalizing students, oftentimes students of color, for everyday misbehavior that is developmentally predictable. So we put them in because we're concerned about school shooting, but that's not where they have the impact. They have the impact on the minor behaviors and getting kids caught up in the system when they don't need to.
I guess you could say that unless it was your child that wasn't shot at Great Mills because that police officer was there. So, parents have different concerns, and I just don't want us to make blanket statements about schools everywhere across the state looking the same and having the same needs.
Okay, I think Delegate Acevero has a question.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the presenters. I have just one question to come back to the issue of police in schools, because I think it's important for us to frame this. When we talk about school resource officers, we're talking about police in schools. My question is to Mr. Rocha and Ms. Sherry Yield. Are you both familiar with the U.S. Department of Education Civil Rights Data Collection, CRDC? You do, all right. And are you also familiar that they put out a report in essence about police interactions with students, and they give a demographic breakdown from age, race, gender, etc., correct? All right, and time and again, that data that is put out by the US Department of Education continues to show that students of color not only tend to go to schools where there is a high presence of law enforcement or police officers, but that when police are present in schools, that Black, Latinx, and LGBTQ+ students and students with disabilities have a higher, in essence, chance of not just being arrested, but their education disrupted. We talk about the school to prison pipeline, etc. There is data that continues to show that again and again, right? Can you talk to me about a little bit more so that I think, so that folks can understand, because I think it's our responsibility to wrestle with data and to then craft public policy, right? Not on any particular feelings, but on what the data shows. And when we see data that shows that police presence in schools continue to disproportionately impact students of color, students with disabilities, and LGBTQ+ students, right? Can you, in essence, speak to why it is and the role that, we talk about guidance counselors, but social workers as well as counselors can play to handle some of these situations within schools, to mitigate some of these circumstances, rather than us having police presence in our schools. And to Mr. Rocha, just really quickly, I know ACLU put out a report titled no cops, no cops but counselors, or something to that effect. I was skimming through that, and I think it's really important for folks to, particularly on this work group, to understand a little bit better about that. I don't know if you're, hate to put you on the spot, or familiar with that report that you all recently did based on the US Department of Education data. Can you speak to that as well, please?
I apologize, Delegate Acevero. That was other folks in my office who worked on that, not me. So I'm not in a good position to talk about that report. I apologize, but I can get others to respond.
Is it possible for you to make that report available to the work group? Because I really think it's important to the discussion that we're talking about here about police and their presence in schools and what it means for Black, Brown, LGBTQ, and students with disabilities, because that's what we're talking about. The data continues to show that there is a problem there, right? And as public policy makers, it is our responsibility to wrestle with that data and then to pursue the policies that would mitigate that, right? So can you make that available to the work group so that folks can see that? And I guess, Ms. Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Delegate Acevero. I really appreciate the question and the observations. You're absolutely right that the harms I described that result from the placement of police officers in schools flow disproportionately to Black students, to students with disabilities, to LGBTQ students. As I said, in Maryland, we see this nationally, we see it statewide, we see it in every district. So at the Maryland level, the state level, we know that Black students are about 1/3 of our overall population, but they are 56% of those who were arrested in school this past year, or rather 2018-19, the last year we have data for. And that's in spite of other data, other research demonstrating that there's no difference across student groups in misbehavior. So that happens because for a lot of reasons, as you said, students of color, Black students, are more likely to be in schools that are heavily policed. So when they engage in the childhood behaviors, coloring on a jacket or grabbing another student's backpack, a police officer is more likely to see it and view it as a crime than a white student who's more likely to be in a school that does not have an officer surveilling him. So that's one reason. And then there's also, as you said, there's issues around implicit bias, which has been demonstrated again and again, where adults tend to view the actions of Black students differently and through a lens of greater culpability. And then they view the very same actions when engaged in by white students. So absolutely, that race-based disproportionality is an issue, and it's evident in the data. Same goes for disproportionality on the basis of disability. So in Maryland, students with disabilities are about 12% of our overall population, but they receive 30% of our arrests in school. So that's absolutely a pattern there as well. And as for students who are LGBTQ, the national data shows the same types of disproportionality. Our arrest data in Maryland doesn't necessarily collect that particular measure, but absolutely the national data gives us reason to be concerned about disproportionality confronting that group. So absolutely, what it comes down to is that some kids get to be kids, get to screw up, get to be taught to do it better. If they're in schools that aren't surveilled by school police, and other kids get arrested, get handcuffed, get charges, and suffer all the traumas associated with all of that, making it more likely that they'll get in trouble again. If they're in a school where an officer sees them screw up and who has the job of responding in a law enforcement manner to that. I think you asked about social workers and what role they can play, and I think I believe one of the prior work group members mentioned that our schools in Maryland have counselors, have social workers. That's right. Overall, as a state, we do not meet the ratios, the recommended ratios for school counselors, for school social workers, for school psychologists established by national groups looking at this issue. So sure, we've got social workers. They are overworked. They are stretched. They are not able to attend to the mental health needs of students, to the relational needs of students, to the hunger that I believe President Flowers mentioned before, the needs for social services that are growing ever more as a result of COVID, because they are strapped. And as a state, we have not invested sufficiently in supporting them. And instead, we have been putting $10 million a year into policing in our schools. So there's a better way. We haven't exhausted our alternative options. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface there.
Thank you very much. And just to add real quickly, because you talked about Maryland, from my county, the Office of Legislative Oversight recently put out a report that showed that although Black students accounted for 1/5 of enrollment, they accounted for half of all arrests.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is in my county, right? So again, I would just urge folks that we wrestle with the data and we craft public policy based on that and not anything else, because as we know, and as you rightly pointed out around implicit bias, you can't train and converse your way out of those, some of those systemic issues. But thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Our final question will be from Delegate Jackson, and everyone, please keep in mind we have 2:30, our public hearing starting, where individuals are signed up for very specific time slots beginning at 2:30. But Delegate Jackson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the panelists today. I have a question and a comment or two. One, Mr. Roca, we've had many opportunities to meet over the years. For others who don't know, I am a former deputy sheriff, a former FOP president, and former elected sheriff in my county. I ran leadership development under Governor O'Malley, and I think I'm probably the only person in the General Assembly who has about 32 years of law enforcement experience. Having said that, one of the things that I do know is that every process, regardless of what environment we're in, deserves to be assessed to ensure that that process or the policies and processes are applicable to tomorrow. So I have no qualms about any of those matters. I would make myself available to each and every one of you as I have and will continue to my colleagues to address any specific concerns you have. So let me make this quick comment. So law enforcement over the years, as we study facts and data and everything else that goes along with that, has been asked to step into roles that are more and more aligned with social services than law enforcement. That is a fact. So as we look at this opportunity to transition to a serving then protecting mantra versus protecting and serving mantra, we all need to work together as we move forward in this regard. To say that we need to totally repeal any existing policy in any entity, might be met with some resistance. However, I think that you will see, or we can see, that we can work together to kind of walk some things down that are necessary and that are for the better good of all Marylanders. And I'll say this real quick, Madam Chair, and can't wait to get to our work sessions. But as far as school resource officers are concerned, and I had the opportunity of placing school resource officers into the Prince George's County schools. The regulations of those schools are not that law enforcement officers' duties. They're the duties of the school system. So I think we need to make sure we have the school system opinion regarding school resource officers as well. As far as mental illness, and other factors as we go forward. I guess the last thing, look, let me just say this. The last thing, we need to decide what we want law enforcement officers in the state of Maryland, what their roles are to be. Because currently those roles have transcended into other skill sets, whether they are qualified for them or not. They have been mandated by state legislators, by congressional legislators, and by local legislators to perform duties, oftentimes without resources. So I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you all so that we can actually provide a safer environment with accountability for the state of Maryland. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Jackson. And with that, I would like to thank the panel for joining us today and answering follow-up questions to my colleagues. Oh, I just want to note to everyone on here and to those viewing, I had mentioned that Madam Speaker was joining us. Also, Chair Luke Clippinger is on with us, Chair of the Judiciary Committee, which you all know legislation, any proposed legislation from recommendations will be going through that committee. So he is paying attention, even though he's not technically a member of this work group. We will take a very brief break. Do not log out, please. Just, you can make your face go away on the screen. And please be back by 2:25. I will be starting promptly at 2:30. OIS and staff for the work group has worked incredibly hard putting together this public hearing. It is not an easy task to do. So we want to give all those that are testifying before us today the respect of being on time for their time. So I will see everybody very shortly. Thank you again to our panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are back, and we are now going to begin the Police Reform and Accountability Work Group's public hearing. We have approximately 100 individuals that have signed up to testify. I would ask all those individuals who are testifying to please use your name or the number that you use to register. Otherwise, we won't be able to recognize you and we won't be able to let you in the Zoom to participate and to testify. I would like to thank our staff who worked really hard to put this together, Claire, Matt, and Ken, and I would like to thank OIS. This is a very big undertaking to do this virtually, so thank you very much. We also have some video testimonies that we will be hearing as well. So now we will begin the 2:30 to 3:30 testimonies, and Ms. Rita Montoya, you will go first, and everyone will have 2 minutes, and I will do my best to keep time. I heard some feedback, so I'm not sure where that was coming from. But Ms. Montoya is up first.
Thank you, Delegate. My name is Rita Montoya. I'm the Executive Director of the Cannabis Patient Advocacy Association, founded here in Maryland. Cannabis is not a scapegoat for police overreach and excessive use of force. The Cannabis Patient Advocacy Association respectfully requests that any excessive use of force policy implementation consider the role of cannabis stigma so as to ensure that our Black, Indigenous, and other patients of color are not met with police violence. Several months ago in a Maryland county, a medical cannabis patient was pulled over by police for a driving infraction. This patient's medical cannabis was on the passenger seat. After showing police his patient identification card and explaining the cannabis was his medicine, he was told to have a nice day. Just 2 months ago, in another Maryland county, another Maryland medical cannabis patient, for reasons unknown to him, was signaled by law enforcement to pull over. His compliance was met with 4 police cars, 5 police officers, and 5 guns pointed at his head. Your tag light is out, is what they told him. And that tiny light above the license plate, they felt required 5 guns pointed at his head. This terrified patient froze, too afraid to even reach for his vehicle registration. He was met with, "It smells like marijuana." That observation was factually impossible for the situation that was occurring. But it did not stop the police from illegally searching his vehicle while pointing guns at his head. And when they did, they found his medical cannabis, and he showed them his medical cannabis patient identification card, as patients are instructed and advocates are instructed, will be what saves them from police entanglement such as this. But that is not what happened. They confiscated his medical cannabis. There are legal issues that are coming. And moreover, this patient was traumatized and terrorized. Some of the very issues that brought that patient to the Maryland medical cannabis community and to be a registered patient are now worse off because of this police engagement. I would invite all of you to guess which patient was white and which patient was Black. Our Black Maryland medical cannabis patient is lucky to be alive. Cannabis is not and should not be a scapegoat for police overreach and excessive use of force. And Maryland medical cannabis patients should not be subject to this type of police overreach, violence, and terrorism. Neither should those who cannot, for various reasons, be officially registered medical cannabis patients. Once again, we're respectfully requesting, on behalf of all Maryland medical cannabis patients and those who cannot be registered patients, that any excessive use of force policy considerations or implementations require conversations and discussions about the stigma of cannabis in the state of Maryland and the ways that it affects our Black, Indigenous, and patients of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Aaron Penman, and they will be joining us by telephone if you're on the Zoom. Aaron, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, there you
I'm
go.
sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Penman, President of the Harford County Deputy Sheriff's Union. On behalf of the entire Harford County Deputy Sheriff's Union, I thank you for the opportunity to discuss these topics that may be used to influence legislation in the near future, which will greatly impact law enforcement and the communities across our great state. For the sake of brevity, I will discuss each question and my concerns. Investigations of police misconduct. In Harford County, like most law enforcement agencies, all misconduct investigations are investigated by the Office of Professional Standards, our IA division, in concert with the Office of the State's Attorney's Office. The union would have no problem if a separate, independent organization were to conduct a parallel investigation. With that said, the independent organization should have law enforcement experience to understand the requirements and demands of the profession. A comparison can be made from the review panels of doctors and lawyers, which are made up of members of that profession. Investigations under Maryland Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. I believe there is a misconception that the LEOBR protects law enforcement in criminal cases. LEOBR only relates to administrative agency issues and is technically more restrictive than the rights that defendants are afforded during a criminal investigation. In a criminal case, cop or no cop, you never have to participate or incriminate yourself during a hearing. In the LEOBR, you must give an interview in 5 days. But again, LEOBR only applies to internal police violations. If a police officer is charged with a crime, LEOBR has no considerations. Body-worn cameras. I fully support the use of body-worn cameras. Cameras are a great help during administrative agency issues and criminal issues involving law enforcement. I only hope the state finds funds available to assist with the purchase of body cameras and the storage space needed. Uniform statewide use of force and arrest policy for police officers. This could be the most impactful and deadly proposition. Every situation is different and requires different considerations of escalation or de-escalation of force. Law enforcement trains continuously to become proficient. These examples of mistakes law enforcement have made in the past related to the use of force are microscopic in compared to the number of actual situations that occur. I should note that mistakes are made in every profession that also have catastrophic or deadly consequences. If you mandate these split-second decisions or limit the resources available, I promise you it will result in law enforcement or community members being hurt or killed. Again, I thank you all for the opportunity to address these important topics and welcome any further discussions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Linda Watts.
Hi, my name is Linda Watts from Bridge, Maryland. I live in Baltimore City, go to church in Baltimore County, and have children in both Harford and Anne Arundel County. I need you to know that bad policing is not just a Baltimore City issue. There are bad actors in all jurisdictions, and they throw a cloud of shame on those officers who are doing their jobs the right way. Each law enforcement agency needs to be able to set standards for its officers and enforce those standards. As we have heard, LEOBR is a hindrance to the ability of our communities to enforce policing standards in Maryland. Even if the state of Maryland repeals this ugly piece of code, law enforcement collective bargaining agreements will continue to protect bad cops. These agreements are different from most collective bargaining agreements in that they address the disciplinary process. They say who can sit on hearing boards and give the accused officer a way to remove unwanted colleagues from the panel. I want to make clear, I'm not anti-union. I believe police have the right to negotiate salary, time off, overtime. This is a system designed to provide absolute protection to bad cops. Most of these contracts allow for expungement for unfounded cases after 3 years. So I'm a bad cop, I have a use of force incident. Because the hearing panel is stacked in my favor and are inclined to give me the benefit of the doubt, they rule it unfounded. I lay low for 3 years and then there's another incident and I'm up before a hearing board. The prior event is no longer on my record, so the hearing board does not know about the prior incident and decides that the evidence is marginal and they give me another pass. I could be on the force for 20 years and have 6 incidents and never be punished. And I have impacted the lives of 6 citizens and probably more because a bad cop doesn't always get caught and or reported every time he or she steps over the line. I ask the work group to recommend legislation that will remove disciplinary actions from collective bargaining agreements statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a perfect 2 minutes. Thank you. Next, Ms. Tracy Shand.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Shand. I am Leonard Shand's sister. Because of your police officers' lack of consideration of the people in our community, my brother was killed. In 2018, Officer Whiting pulled out a knife, attacked and stabbed my brother in New Carrollton. When a video showed this evidence of abuse and excessive force, putting your officer at fault and not my brother, the chief of police and state's attorney, Aisha Braveboy, filed no charges against Officer Whiting and did not hold him accountable. I can provide the video to anyone that wants to see it. On September 26, 2019, officers harassed Leonard Shand. Your internal investigations department mentioned that my brother stated to your officers on the scene that they were trying to kill him because of what happened in 2018. No one called the crisis center to offer him help. Instead, they used an illegal flashbang incorrectly, and immediately after it exploded, they fired over 44 shots, killing him. Chief Ahmad Awad reinstated those officers with no accountability. In both situations, my brother did nothing wrong. All jurisdictions in Maryland should return military equipment they obtained from the federal government. Those type of equipment should only be used during time of war or high dangerous situations like bomb threats that the SWAT team will be called out. We need transparency of law enforcement officers. Maryland needs to follow Chicago's example of Citizens Police Data Project, cpdb.co, which collects and publish information about police misconduct. This database should be publicly funded. We should not have to make a Freedom of Information Act request to find out about police misconduct. Taking into consideration law enforcement reputation, that is why we are demanding transparency. Your LEOBR, Law of Enforcement Bill of Rights, needs to be abolished, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shand, and thank you for sharing your story with us and advocating. Thank you. Next, Mr. Jeffrey Harrison.
Hello, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jeffrey Harrison from Greenbelt. I'm here in favor of police reform and for the transformation of public safety departments. Please make transformative changes now. People tell me that there is no state-sponsored death penalty in Maryland. That is not true. In Maryland, law enforcement officers decide on the death penalty. Since 2010, according to the Washington Post and the ACLU, officers have killed at least 188 people in Maryland. More than 60% of the people killed were Black people. Officers killed at least 53 unarmed people. Almost never are officers charged or fired or disciplined for these killings or for other brutality. This must change. The General Assembly has let the reform bills die for several years now, and you already know about the 3 minimum steps that are needed. 1, repeal the LEOBR entirely. 35 states have no LEOBR, and those states are doing okay. And 2, reform the Public Information Act so that police misconduct investigation records are releasable instead of always confidential. Transparency creates accountability and trust. And 3, please pass a state law to limit the use of force. Beyond those 3 minimum steps, there are several other priorities, such as establishing community control over public safety departments. Give the power to the people. Let's end the police state in Maryland. Get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Josette Blocker.
Hello. Hi. Can you see me? I can.
Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, Chair Audiberry and members of the work group. My name is Josette Blocker, and I am the aunt of DeMonte Ward Blake, and we are residents of Prince George's County. I'm here to be his voice and that of countless others who were violently hurt by the police. My stance is not anti-police. We need law-abiding policing to protect our country. I am not looking for sympathy, but my appeal is to your conscious bias, to take action on bills that will protect the public. On October 17, 2019, DeMonte was pulled over for a traffic stop by Brian Strong of the Prince George's County Police Department. After being handcuffed, he was thrown to the ground, and as a result, his nose, neck, and back were broken, and he is still having to have surgery for his neck to be realigned. The narrative only depicts DeMonte being hostile. It places no accountability on the actions of the police officer, nor is there any transparency of an investigation with any consequences for the role the officer played. It was only deemed a horrible accident by former police chief Henry Stawinski. My plea is that you all consider the bills that have been set forth. And I would like the NPIA bill and the limit use of force to be made law to prevent such encounters of this magnitude from happening again. And thank you for the opportunity for me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and sharing your story with us. Next, Mr. Troy Griffith. Mr. Griffith, are you there?
Yeah, can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes, I can see you and hear you.
Am I supposed to go or am I waiting on?
No, you can go ahead, please.
All right, cool. So do I just go ahead?
Yes, just to tell us what you would like to share.
All right, my understanding is about Maryland police work reform. Just typed up some stuff. I'll start off by saying thank you all for having this conversation. I totally appreciate it. As I begin, there's another significant origin of American policing that we cannot forget, and that is slave patrols. Though law enforcement looks very different today, the profession developed from practices implemented in the colonies, unquote. I pulled that quote directly from Law Enforcement Museum website, lawenforcementmuseum.org. The article is titled Slave Patrol, an Early Form of American Policing by Chelsea Hansen, written on July 10th, 2019. You see, it's very important that we speak of the origins of policing. The police are living up to their origin. There's a lot of talk about train the police, train the police. The police have been training since 1701 to, quote, provide a form of organized terror to deter, unquote, Black people. And that is another quote from the aforementioned article. The only thing I did was take away slaves and added Black people. So if you're talking about police reform, you have to talk about dismantling white supremacy. According to the Baltimore Sun, former Prince George's County Police Chief Hank Stawinski had to resign due to, quote unquote, systems of discrimination, unquote. This talk of reform, whatever the outcome, Maryland legislatures should do everything within their power to ensure its Black citizens that they will not be the next decedent of state-sanctioned terror. The outcome of quote-unquote police reform should entirely be focused on avoiding another Ayanna Stanley Jones, who was 7 years old when she was killed by the police, Natasha McKenna, Tarika Wilson, and more importantly, Breonna Taylor's killers have not been arrested. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to Ms. Greta Willis.
Hi, good afternoon. Dear Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the work group. My name is Greta Willis, mother of Kevin L. Cooper. I am also a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America and the co-founder of the Kevin L. Cooper Foundation, created in my son's name. Let me explain to you why I'm here today. On Saturday, August the 12th of 2006, my 14-year-old son was shot and killed by an inexperienced Baltimore City police officer with 1 year on the force. My son was experiencing a mental health crisis. I called the police seeking help for Kevin. Instead of receiving help, Kevin, while holding a plastic dustpan, was maced and shot in my home in front of me as I was holding my 10-month-old granddaughter. 2 officers initially responded, but 1 officer left stating the call was abated, meaning it was over. The other officer stayed and antagonized Kevin, then shot and killed him. think. If the other officer was in danger, why did his partner leave a rookie still on the scene alone? He became the judge, the jury, and executioner of Kevin's life. There were no criminal charges placed against the officer. During a hearing, my family was offered $10,000 to settle the case. We refused. There is no police accountability in Baltimore City Police Department even now. If the department would have investigated our case a little further, instead of covering up and declaring on the same day of the shooting that it was a justifiable homicide, please explain to me, how can you justify a homicide that just had occurred at 9:30 a.m. on the same day it occurred? Impossible. Why? Where is the investigation? Where is the transparency? And where is accountability? I urge you all to make police accountability your #1 priority to save the lives of our children. Police violence is gun violence, and we cannot end gun violence without addressing the crisis. Thank you for your time, and I urge the committee to vote and make changes. We need police reform and accountability now. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Willis, and thank you for sharing with us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Richardson next.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Brandon Richardson, and I was a resident of Baltimore City. We need to repeal LEOBR completely and make internal affairs records transparent so that what happened to me doesn't happen to anyone else. On Saturday, April 14th, 2018, the Baltimore City Police Department violated my rights. On that day, around 4 p.m., I was pulled over by an unmarked car and immediately accused of being a drug dealer. How much drugs have you sold today was how I was greeted. When I asked the reason for the stop, the officers simply responded with a drug investigation. At this point, I was forced out of my vehicle, searched, and placed in handcuffs. The officers searched the vehicle and found nothing. While handcuffed in the back of the patrol car, the officers would antagonize me further about how I shouldn't be selling drugs in the neighborhood and how they were going to impound my vehicle, although they found nothing in the car. Any response from me was matched with belittlement from both officers. I was taken to central booking, sat for 13 hours, and was released with no charges, no paperwork, and no questions were asked. I thought this to be odd because the officers told me that I was under investigation. After being released, I then had to wait several days for the vehicle that I was driving to be released from the impound. This ordeal cost me hundreds, if not thousands of dollars that I did not have. And throughout this process, I was never shown the respect or the decency of an American citizen. Again, we need to make internal affairs records transparent so that police are held accountable, and this does not happen to anyone else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Danielle Veith.
Hi, my name is Danielle Veith. I'm the Maryland chapter leader for Moms Demand Action. I'm here today on behalf of thousands of mothers and others to say, when George Floyd called out for his mother, every mother heard him. We can't end gun violence without police reform. Police violence is gun violence. 92% of people killed by police in Maryland are killed with guns, and we must fight the toxic combination of systemic racism, America's gun culture, and militarization of law enforcement. Everytown for Gun Safety, the umbrella organization of Moms Demand Action, Students Demand Action, and the Everytown Survivor Network, recently released a policy platform for reducing gun violence centered on 5 principles. 1, strong standards barring the unnecessary use of force by police. 2, a focus on de-escalation tactics by police, rebuilding relationships with the communities they serve. 3, early interventions to identify problem officers before they commit further acts of abuse. 4, an independent system for investigating use of force incidents that ensures discipline and criminal charges when appropriate. And 5, transparency around the use of force policies and incidents of misconduct. During the upcoming session, Moms Volunteers will stand together with other civil rights and community groups to advocate for legislation like Anton's Law to address police use of force and ensure transparency and accountability in misconduct investigations. We believe any use of force by police should be limited to situations in which it is necessary to make an arrest. Deadly force should only be used to prevent an imminent death or serious bodily harm. Officers should never use more force than is absolutely necessary and only when nonviolent methods have been exhausted. We applaud that bill's goal of ensuring oversight of law enforcement by enabling civilian-led investigations into allegations of misconduct. We look forward to working with members of the working group and our community partners to ensure that our state does everything in its power to combat police violence. Thank you for listening to me and for all the work that you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, Marguerite Morris.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Reverend Marguerite Morris, mother of Catherine Sarah Morris, a beautiful 22-year-old who lost her life May 6, 2012. Her untimely death occurred in the midst of a major corruption scandal. Her only crime was that her death occurred when the Anne Arundel County Police Department didn't need more trouble. Internal documents show that officers botched the investigation because this little girl's life wasn't worth somebody's time to do their job right. The result was they needed to go away and they control the narrative. You read and saw what they wanted you to see. You read and heard what they wanted you to. In the last 12 hours of her life, allegedly Kathy was in her car under the purview of 4 separate cameras in a busy parking lot on a Saturday night up until about 2 a.m. with people moving about until about 2 a.m. The surveillance footage from all 4 cameras went missing at 11 p.m. The first year, the police told me the footage was missing because of compatibility issues. In the second year, police changed the story to the missing footage being because cameras were motion sensitive, therefore implying no motion, no recording in a busy parking lot on a Saturday night. In 2018, Chief Altamari changed the story once again. He stated the video had been deleted, but wait a minute. That deletion happened in 2012. Yet in 2013, they sent this mom with the available footage to the FBI to get the footage that had been deleted to play. Then in 2013 and 2014, they wrote reports citing the false narrative. This false narrative was viewed by the FBI, the state's attorney's office, the office of the chief medical examiner, the NAACP, the governor's office, a homicide panel, Department of Justice. So for 8 years, this mother was dragged around and manipulated because they wanted to control outcomes. They controlled what you saw and what you heard. Internally, did anyone ever answer for this? So in closing, no truth, no peace. In closing, no transparency, no peace. In closing, not striking down the secrecy of LEOBR will allow them to leave in place this cruel and inhumane treatment of persons, and it has to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Ms. LaToya Hawley.
Good afternoon, Chair Auberry and members of the committee. My name is LaToya Hawley. I am the sister of Anton Black, who was killed by police officers in Caroline County on September 15, 2018. I'm here today to ask for the repeal of LEOBR. We're also here to ask that we have policies updated as far as use of force is concerned. And we also need the internal affair records to have transparency when those are involved as well. The reason why I'm very passionate about these requests is a lot of the things that happened to my brother the day that he died is very disturbing. His initial stop was with a officer who actually came to one of your counties after being told in my state, which is the state of Delaware, that you cannot work as a law enforcement officer again, because he had actually been tried, not convicted, but tried, as he was caught on camera, and it was his dash cam that caught him kicking an unarmed black male while he was face down on the ground. This officer was then able to come to Maryland. He was able to get certified. He has a use of force record, or had a use of force record that exceeded more than 25 complaints in my state. But he was able to successfully come to your state, become certified as a police officer. He stopped my brother, the entire incident was escalated, and ultimately my brother lost his life in front of our mother. Now, the outcome as far as that police officer is concerned, he has been terminated and he is no longer certifiable in the state of Maryland. But what has occurred to my brother can easily happen to anyone else's child, nephew, cousin, niece. It doesn't matter. These are the reforms that we're asking for. They're definitely laid out in Anton's law. I am a big advocate for Anton's law. I'm fighting very hard to get this law to pass because we do not want other families to go through what we went through. It took 4 months to find out why my brother had died in front of our mother. It should not take 4 months for that to happen. The officer's use of force record actually came from the state of Delaware. I did not get any of that information from the state of Maryland or any municipalities or any person in capacity to give that information to my family. So you have to excuse me. It's been a couple of years, but I'm still very passionate. It hurts a lot, the loss that we've experienced. And just to see it continuously happening in different states to other families, it's very disheartening. I'm just hoping that we can go ahead and work together and get these changes taking place so that we can go ahead and help other families and hopefully prevent other tragedies such as what we've gone through today, or excuse me, what we've gone through with Anton. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Holly, and thank you for continuing to advocate. Next, Ms. Brown, Ms. Dior Brown. Oh, hold on 1 second, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Auterberry and members of the committee. My name is Dior Ashley Brown, and the incident happened in Montgomery County in downtown Silver Spring. We need to repeal LEOBR completely and make internal affair records transparent so that what happened to me doesn't happen to anyone else. I am a musician. Myself and a friend were on our way home from a music studio in Silver Spring. Around 10:11 p.m. the evening of our incident, I was pulled over for a broken tail light. Fast forward to earlier during the day, I received a warning in PG County from an officer who told me if I was pulled over again to share the document with the officer. I was pulled over again that day for the same reason. Immediately, I shared with the officer the warning and gave him my license and registration, telling him I was aware and sharing the instructions I was given from the previous officer. The officer told me to get out of the car. I asked him why. He said he smelled THC in the car and there was no THC. He grabbed my arm when I got off the car and told me to sit on the ground. They searched my vehicle without permission and no warrant. While we were on the ground, the officer harassed us using language treating us like criminals, such as, "I'm sorry, I have to press you out." The officers found nothing to incriminate me. They were unsatisfied. They gave me back my information and asked for my friend's information, who was a passenger, who had every right not to share his information. He was not the driver of the car. He complied and had nothing on him to be incriminated. While they reviewed his information, they played with our time and emotions, asking him to imitate an alcohol test. My friend was in fear of his safety. Though reluctant, he complied. They found an old discrepancy on my friend's record that he fulfilled and took him to jail overnight, releasing him at 12 p.m. in the afternoon the next day. I am deeply traumatized and remember the incident like it was yesterday. I remember the officer's face and eyes knowing that he would have done anything to disrupt the smile that was on my face when he pulled us over. I felt like a pawn. I felt helpless to see my friend in handcuffs for no reason. I have felt a layer of guilt every time I think about the incident because he did nothing, we did nothing to deserve what happened. I never looked at law enforcement the same way again until my rights were violated. And I thought that I could be killed for fighting for my rights, and the night could actually cost me my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next, Ms. Danette Dezern.
Good afternoon, committee, Auterberry, and also all the members. I'm here, I'm advocating on behalf of my son, Dan Sean Wells, who lost his life in Anne Arundel County on July the 16th, 2016. Not only did I lose my son that night, I also was discriminated against and racial profiled by a community of police. 14 officers were dispatched to my son's death scene, whom happened to be all Caucasian, 12 males, 2 females. I apologize. I'm just like, it's really emotional for me. A couple of weeks ago was the anniversary of his death. And it's still painful. I wake up every single day to a reoccurring, never-ending nightmare. I didn't deserve to be treated the way that I did. My son didn't deserve to be treated the way he did. A reroute lady, even after his death. It's so many different variables that had went wrong within my son's investigation. My son, he was only 14 years old, not of legal age to purchase a pack of cigarettes, no alcohol in the state of Maryland. Under no circumstances should have his blood alcohol levels been tested without my permission nor consent, which happened to come back negative for everything, but yet the driver not get a breathalyzer on the scene. 5 days after I lost my son, I went to public record, Maryland Judiciary Court search, and by doing so, I was able to print off 37 pages of this man's criminal and driving record. This man has immunity. He has a license for several states that took the life of my son, but yet on his Maryland license, he has 0 points, still a valid license, still have the freedom to use his vehicle as a weapon to take the life of other people. His license has already been suspended twice in another state due to records of negligent driving. I want to go back to, again, me being discarded on the scene or those last critical seconds of my son's life as a destroyed, discarded mother by, again, a community of police officer. It hurts. It hurt, like it cut extremely deep. It didn't knock my door, it blew my door off the hinges. Under no circumstances, an officer should have been allowed to say what he said to me. It was evident that I was a mom of that child that was on that ground that night. I was on my knees praying to God, asking him to help my baby. As I look at him towards my left side, I see my 14-year-old son laying on the ground with syringes in his chest and white towels covering his face. And the officer stood over top of me and said, hey, get your fat black ass up and go to your vehicle and remove it before I have it towed. You're blocking traffic. It hurts. I want to know what happened. I have filed several complaints, and still to this day, I don't know the officer's name, but I want to put a face to the nightmares. I wish I could unhear what my ears have heard. I'm distraught by this, and for all that my ancestors have endured for centuries to know that racism still exists. Under no circumstances, publicly, nor not even in public, should this officer have had no emotion, compassion, sympathy, empathy, even common courtesy, was taught as a basic child in the household to feel comfortable with saying what he said to me. I mean, had no regard at all for my child, for me. My baby was 14 years old. As this body laid in the middle of the road, I dare him to say what he said to me. I filed complaints and I don't know what happened. And like, I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm just being discarded because not only did I lose my child, like I'm still in shock to this day. Oh, damn. I don't have no trust in law enforcement. I'm not racist. I come from a biracial family, but I'm gonna just say this in my opinion, Anne Arundel County is definitely racist. And thank God they're getting rid of the bad apples. I went to Chief Altamari on Millersville and I told him what happened. And this man did not respond back to me, but yet within hours, he sent an internal email within the department telling people to be very cautious of what they say to me because I'm very vocal on behalf of my son. They racist and it's not right. I'm hurting, I'm still hurting. And I'm forcing myself every single day to be a mother to my surviving children. But I want to know what happened. It's not right. Because of the color of my skin and my child's skin, like something needs to be done. I'm hurting, I'm struggling every day, forcing myself to hold it together for my children. Because I can't do it for myself. I just want to die. because it hurts so bad. I want to know what happened. Why did this officer still have his job and have the right to wrongs amongst the community? Was I the first one that he did that to? How many hours asked me? And nothing has been done. He still got his job. Not only him, the 11 other officers. It's no way. Something needs to be done. I need closure. My children deserve to have a mother. I'm grieving. I want to know what happened. I should have not been treated that way.
Ms. Duzard, thank you. Thank you. I know that was very hard. So thank you very much for coming and sharing your story with the work group. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Nikki Green.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nikki Owens. I am the cousin of William Green. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. From 1685 to 1865, the slave codes were enacted, which became the stepping stones of today's policing in America. Racism, hate, discrimination, the oppression of Black Americans was built into the bones of our judicial system. Hundreds of thousands of impacted families have stood in front of legislators, begging for change over hundreds of years to no avail. Since 1685, hundreds of millions of Black Americans have been brutalized and murdered under the US policing policies with no justification and no justice. All of these families today were asked to attend the session to speak again about the pain and destruction of their family unit due to police brutality to yet another group of legislators. This is a bigger problem than policing. The fact that there are elected officials with the power to stop the brutality and murder of innocent Americans by tax-paid officers, yet you choose to have panel discussions to consider it, shows again the lack of importance of people of color to our elected officials. This shows you feel a sense of security in allowing rogue law enforcement to brutalize innocent Americans simply because of the color of their skin. You choose to be part of the problem, although you were elected to be part of the solution. On January 27, 2020, William Howard Green was shot 6 times, handcuffed in the front seat of a police cruiser driven by Officer Michael Owen, murdered. And you could have saved his life. Thank you for giving me 120 seconds of your day to tell you the story of William Green.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Next, Colin Bird. Mr. Bird?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of the work group. In the interest of time, I will present at a 10,000-foot level my recommendations, which are threefold: accountability, transparency, and urgency. Number one, support the complete repeal of the Maryland Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, or LEOBR. Anything short of completely repealing LEOBR will, in my view, be insufficient. As a Black mayor, I believe humbly that this law's biggest fundamental issue is that it greatly inhibits government's ability to discipline and/or terminate officers if and when they use excessive force, violate civil and constitutional rights, engage in other forms of misconduct. Due process for officers can exist outside of LEOBR, as it does in the majority of states that do not have an LEOBR. It is also worth noting that Minnesota, the home of George Floyd, and Kentucky, the home of Breonna Taylor, are among the minority of states with an LEOBR. Number two, support amending the Maryland Public Information Act so that police disciplinary records and complaints are made available to the public. In the name of public safety, we uniquely authorize police officers to put people in handcuffs, in jail, or in a body bag. But over and over, we have seen so-called bad apples repeatedly abuse this authority, with those abuses increasing in severity and lethality over the course of their careers to the effect of public endangerment. And so, like New York just did, we must allow the public to know which officers are prone to abusing their power and what is and what is not being done about such abuses. Number three, I respectfully urge this group to promptly support a special session of the General Assembly. If the will is there, this group can produce preliminary recommendations within the month even if final recommendations must wait until later. I believe that for many Black Marylanders in particular, this is an urgent matter of life and death, and we must, in the home of Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, urgently respond to the largest protest movement in American history. The phrase Black Lives Matter denotes the present tense, which means Black lives don't just matter in 4 months, Black lives matter right now. And so we must reflect on the words of Dr. King, who once said, "Justice too long delayed is justice denied." Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Marion Gray Hopkins. Is Miss Hopkins there?
Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Marion Gray Hopkins, and I've been a resident of the state of Maryland for nearly 60 years, primarily in Prince George's County, and just recently I moved to Charles County. I'm the co-founder and the president of the Coalition of Concerned Mothers, which is an organization comprised primarily of mothers who have lost children to police brutality. I'm also an ACLU Maryland board member, a social justice and civil liberties activist, but more importantly, I'm here today as the mother and now the voice of my 19-year-old son, Gary Hopkins Jr., who was silenced on November 27, 1999, when he was unjustly murdered by 2 Prince George's County police officers following his attendance at a dance at a local West Lanham Hills fire station. Gary was unarmed, there was no alcohol, there was no drugs, yet Gary, being the peacemaker that night, lost his life. The injustices like the lack of accountability and transparency experienced not only here in Maryland, but across this nation have been going on for many, many years. So this issue, I know, is bigger and greater than just Gary. With the recent killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and countless others, now there's this uprising across the country to reform police in the United States. But we here in Maryland have been fighting for reform for so many years, more years probably than your age, unfortunately, Chair Atterbury, because you appear to be very, very young. And so we've been fighting for reform without any changes that may have prevented the George Floyds that we've had right here in Maryland, such as Kevin L. Cooper, Amir Brooks, Dale Graham, Corinne Gaines, Freddie Gray, Tyrone West, and there's just too many more to even list in this 2-minute time period. We all know that the system is broken. It failed Gary and my family through this entire process, from the day of the incident to the unbelievable acquittal of only one of the officers because the second was never charged. Unfortunately, within 2 minutes, I can't go into all of the details, but I do welcome an opportunity to stand before you and the rest of this committee and other legislators to talk about it. If we want to restore the trust between the community, the police, and our elected officials, we need to, but we must reform and repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, make internal affairs records transparent, and change the use of force policy so that what happened to my family and so many others in the state of Maryland and across this country, so that this doesn't happen to anyone else. I'm hoping that when this time in history is written, I pray that Maryland is going to be on the right side of justice. So thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to partnering with you all in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Darlene Kane.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to do my testimony today. I am Darlene Kane, the mother of Dale Graham. I'm the president and founder of Mothers on the Move. I'm also working with teenagers for trauma and grief, and I also work with my community. Mothers on the Move basically is helping mothers and families to get resources and also how we can also get different police reform and changes in the state of Maryland. I thank you so much again for your time, because my son was a promising law student, and because of Officer Stevens Cabral, his life was shortly timed, 29 years old. I got different versions of the story of how my son died. I was told that he only was shot 3 times. I found out at the morgue that he was shot 5 times. He was shot in the back. So they didn't tell me the truth of what happened to my son. And also we need accountability, because the officer that took my son's life, he was able to retire in 2013. I never got my chance or my day in court, but I pray to live to see the changes where we can get the records of the officers' behavior, and we can get to find out how many people that they have misconduct with, or how many people they have murdered. And also, I just look forward to working with you as well. I thank you so much again, because this is so needed, the changes in our cities and in our states across America. And also, I just want you to know that because I do what I do, I pray that God will allow me to see the day when changes will come, accountability will come, and that other mothers, other fathers won't have to go through what we went through. And we pray that no one, even a police officer, have to go through what we went through, because with this trauma, we don't wish it on anyone. We're in a club that we never asked to be a part of, and we never will want anyone to join this club with us. So we thank you again, over and over again, from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you, Ms. Kane.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Dawn Dalton.
Good afternoon, Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. My name is Dawn Dalton. I am a resident of District 25 and the mother of Lupe Hawkins, a young man who was beaten, arrested, and falsely charged by PGPD. There is no way for me to share my family's terrifying experience with you in 2 minutes. And so with that being said, I believe it is very important for me to state how grateful I am that my son is among the living. He has breath in his body, unlike many others that have testified and will testify today. My son was not physically killed at the hands of PGPD. However, I need to make it clear to you that my son, like so many other men of color in Prince George's County, are among the walking dead. Though not physically dead, they are never the same, and neither are the families of those that are victimized at the hands of corrupt officers. We are all directly impacted. The trauma, the loss of the ability to thrive, and physical wounds in most cases never go away. Entire families are destroyed. We all have PTSD because we all have been fighting a war. Yet, unlike military war veterans, we are given no support and expected to be productive members of the community who at any time could have to interact or have an encounter with the very same officers that have terrorized us or our loved ones. Please try to imagine that for yourself or your loved one. I realize that not all officers are corrupt. In fact, some are great. However, it is a known fact that the culture within the Prince George's County Police Department has shielded many egregious police officers at the expense of community members' lives, not to mention the millions of dollars spent fighting lawsuits defending corrupt officers. We need to repeal this bill, make internal affairs records transparent, and change use of force policies so that we can save lives and create a culture of trust between the police department and the community. To do anything less is to aid and abet a culture of terror and corruption, and a clear statement to the community that our lives do not matter. When will enough be enough? The time for change is now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Erica Hamlet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. And like many others stated before, 2 minutes would not give you any details about the past 3 years of my family's life. In November 2017, my 16-year-old son was in our community in Howard County. An off-duty plainclothes Baltimore City police officer approached my 16-year-old son because he stated that he looked out of place in the community we lived in for 7 years. When he approached my son and started to question him, my son asked several times that he be left alone because technically, to my son, this man is a stranger. During the conversation, the officer pulled the gun on my 16-year-old son. I filed a peace order against this officer. I went to the Civilian Review Board, and going to the police station. My son was laughed at and told at least we didn't die, go home and wait until Monday. Throughout this entire process, it has been where police officers and the LEORB have been allowed to change the narrative and tell the story the way it suits them, and not the truth, and not follow any laws or any rules or any regulations. 13 Baltimore City police officers cases were just dropped because the statute of limitation ran out. Not because the charges were not filed, they were, but because officers did not sign off on them in a timely enough manner. So now 13 Baltimore City police officers go back out on the street and go back to doing their job after they were charged with something, some kind of acts of violence, some kind of disorderly conduct, some kind of criminal act that they performed. We are asking that reforms be made, that officers and the LEOBR is not allowed to just make up rules as they go along, that there are clear, defined processes and procedures that have to be followed. We don't want officers to have to go through what we go through with a system that changes the rules as they go along. We want clear set rules and guidelines that families that have been traumatized, my son is still living, thank God, but we deal with this trauma every day. When I retell this story, I deal with the trauma every day of having to deal with a police officer pulling a gun on a 16-year-old child. So again, we ask, we beg, we plead that when you go to the table, you consider the people that are walking around the streets and just have no support and don't know what to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have Miss Tiara Hawk. Ms. Hawk, are you there? Okay, I thought I saw her there. Okay, well it is now 3:27 and those were all the individuals signed up to testify from 2:30 to 3:30. Members of the work group, we are going to just roll right into the 3:30 to 4:30 slot. And there are some individuals who were not confirmed for this hour. So we will also be showing some videos that were submitted, some video testimony. So we will start with, let me also add, excuse me, folks who are coming in to testify, please use the name and phone number that you signed in with. We have some folks in the waiting room we can't recognize. So please use your name and number that you signed up with so that you can be recognized and let in so that you may testify. With that, and we will begin with Ms. Giselle Morch. I hope I pronounced that right. Oh, hold on. Delegate Daryl Barnes, do you have something to? Could Delegate Daryl Barnes be unmuted, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if you saw Delegate Schlater's message in chat, but Ms. Hawkins was, she's in the room now waiting.
Ms. Hawk?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
So Matt, I don't know if you can hear me. Can we find Ms. Hawk and see?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, Schlager. Thank you, Ms. Hawk.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Tiara Hawks, and I'm a member of the Baltimore City Civilian Review Board, also known as the CRB. LEOBR prevents the CRB from conducting an investigation that leads to discipline. This means that the CRB has to rely on the often compromised investigation of the police department, which renders the CRB virtually toothless to hold police officers accountable. The LEOBR prevents the CRB investigators from questioning and subpoenaing accused officers. The CRB is barred from knowledge of the final disciplinary outcomes for officers in the same cases that we investigated and issued disciplinary recommendations for. The MPIA prevents disclosure of disciplinary files, which makes the administration of the CRB unwiley and often unworkable. Recently, the CRB was asked to sign confidentiality agreements, which undermines the public confidence in the CRB's work. Transparency is a prerequisite to community trust. Complaints against officers will not be filed if citizens feel that the one board designated to help them is restricted in the information it's privy to and what it can discuss. Generally, the CRB was established to give communities greater oversight of policing, but that role is hampered by the MPIA and the LEOBR. More importantly, beyond the logistical challenges posed by the MPIA and the LEOBR, the lack of transparency and accountability undermines community faith in the CRB's ability to seek and get justice for victims of police abuse. In order for the CRB to be a more effective body, as the only entity in Baltimore City statutorily authorized to investigate complaints of police misconduct, please repeal the LEOBR and reform and have reform to the MPIA to allow disclosure over police discipline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawks. Now we will have Ms. Giselle Morch. I hope I pronounced that right.
Pretty good, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, greetings, my name is Giselle Merck. One fall day in 1964, my father just got off public transportation from work and was walking to our then home in Chevy Chase. A police officer stopped him and told him to spread eagle. Dad had no idea what spread eagle meant, so the officer then pushed my father onto a hood of a car and frisked him. Thank God that a neighbor was watching everything through her window and said, "Mr. Merck, you see how careful we are?" Afterwards, the police officer knew we lived in the all-white neighborhood because the neighbor acknowledged knowing my dad. The police officer then helped my father pick up his scattered papers. My dad asked, "Why did you stop me?" The officer responded, "I'm supposed to stop any suspicious persons," and gave no apologies to my dad. My dad thanked God that none of us had to witness the disrespect. Another encounter was summer of 2017 in our home in Silver Spring. My 20-year-old son, JC, was murdered. JC's death was by gun violence, not at the hands of the police. However, the way the police and detectives treated my family was respectful and great. When I went on TV and set myself up as bait for the gunman, the police made sure to have a presence in the neighborhood for no harm to come to us. Imagine having a police officer give you a ride to the hospital when his shift was over after your young adult had just been shot. We need more community-oriented officers that I experienced and more officers receiving implicit bias training so my dad's experience does not continue to happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us today. Next, Ms. Adaveline Minja. You'll be unmuted in 1 second. If Ms. Minja.
I'm mute, right? Can you, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you guys.
Okay, so good afternoon, Atterbury, Delegate Atterbury, and members of committee. My name is Adaveline Minja. I live in District 39 in Germantown, Maryland, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you my thoughts on police accountability in our state of Maryland. Many adults know the feelings you experience when you are pulled over by the police. But for me and other people of color in America, the feelings are beyond fearful. It is traumatizing. And if you have teenage children, each time they leave home, the worries lingers around as you wonder if they will return home alive and safe. We can seriously begin to address police violence through an effective system of accountability. And I would like to focus my limited time here on 3 things to improve the police system of accountability. Number 1, investigations into police misconduct should be public under the Maryland Public Information Act. And as a member, as a community member, I should be able to find out whether my complaints was adequately investigated and what the results were on time. Secondly, the legislature should create statutory limits on the use of force by law enforcement, especially against children under 21 years of age and people with limited English proficiency. And finally, we must remove law enforcement from our schools. We can stop the school to prison pipelines by ensuring that students' conflicts and misbehaviors are addressed by school counselors, not through punitive methods. And programs such as restorative justice programs that has been practiced in many schools, high schools in Maryland, and proved to be effective can be introduced and practiced in all high schools in Maryland to discipline and solve social injustices in Maryland schools. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Next, Ms. Sally Stunkel.
Good afternoon, delegates and work group members. My testimony concerns my brother, who has suffered from mental illness for over 35 years. He is diagnosed with generalized psychosis, as well as OCD and borderline personality disorder. His illness manifests in screaming, making strange noises, OCD mannerisms, and related behaviors. However, he is not threatening and he has never hurt anybody. Unfortunately, the police are not trained to deal with the mentally ill. Twice in Baltimore City, he was beaten up by policemen. Because of these incidences, my brother now suffers also from post-traumatic stress disorder, which only exacerbates and complicates his other conditions. My brother has a sinus condition that produces constant phlegm that he relieves by spitting. In Florida, when the neighbors called the police on him because he was acting in a disruptive manner, the police came and his PTSD caused him to spit. The police apparently arrested him because spitting near a cop is a felony. My brother was thrown in jail for this. After being released from jail, my brother lived on the streets for 3 years. When he was finally able to obtain Section 8 housing, 2 months after, he was arrested on new charges. When they released him, it was with an ankle monitor. When it came time to recharge the monitor, he panicked, was unable to function adequately, and failed to recharge it. So he was returned to jail and is still there. Until we change our manner of policing, there is no hope for my brother in this society. Many mentally ill people, though disturbing, are not harmful or dangerous, but are too often treated like criminals. Police officers need to receive recurring training on nonviolent de-escalation procedures, how to recognize individuals with mental illness, and to have mental health professionals available to assist them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next, Mr. David Newcomer. Dave, I should say. Oh, 1 second, you're muted. Hold on 1 second, Mr. Newcomer. There you go.
We're good? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Committee members, thank you for allowing me to address you today. My name is Dave Newcomer, and I have had a 46-year career in law enforcement, including service as a sworn police officer. Based on my personal experience, I can tell you that the overwhelming majority of officers perform their work in a professional manner and strive on a daily basis to promote trust between themselves and the community they serve. However, it is also a fact that some officers commit acts that damage community trust, particularly acts that involve the excessive use of force, which often disproportionately impacts members of minority communities. It is critical to maintaining community trust that law enforcement personnel be held accountable for conducting themselves consistent with the highest professional standards. To achieve true accountability, the investigation and prosecution of police misconduct must include criteria of independence, timeliness, and transparency. As a Maryland resident, I would ask that you take action now as our elected representatives to improve law enforcement accountability by doing the following: establishing a uniform statewide use of force policy, requiring the use of body cameras and developing uniform policies on the disclosure of body camera footage and requiring the independent investigation and prosecution of law enforcement misconduct and related crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Iman Freeman.
Thank you. My name is Iman Freeman, and I am the Executive Director of Baltimore Action Legal Team, a Baltimore-based organization that supports local communities that builds power for the movement for Black lives. In our capacity of operating a protest arrest hotline, maintaining a bail fund, helping citizens cover the extraordinary costs of private home detention, and combating police misconduct, we have come to understand a few things about how policing is not working for our community. BALT believes that the General Assembly needs to repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights to ensure meaningful investigation and accountability. Officers should be treated the same as citizens and not given specialty status. Currently, LEOBR makes officers an elite class of citizens that can take extraordinary and violent measures beyond the bounds of their position. We ask that investigations of officers move forward with speed and purpose. The state should also stop providing officers special privileges during investigations, such as letting them personally review evidence against them. BALT also asks the General Assembly to mandate the police employee performance files be made open to review as investigatory files under the Public Information Act. We recognize the importance of privacy in employee employee records, but investigations should be disclosable. We regularly see that under the current MPIA rules, any investigation of misconduct is sealed as tightly as an employee's social security number. Privacy concerns over this information are not the same. The public has the right to know the behavior of an officer who has the ability to deprive liberties, carry a deadly weapon, and cause seriously bodily harm. Finally, BALT asks that the General Assembly establish a system of independent prosecution for law enforcement. There is inherent conflict of interest in a state's attorneys prosecuting police, as the police act as a state's attorney's investigative arm. Right now, the state's attorney has the discretion to turn a prosecution over to the Attorney General. However, in order to equally apply justice in Maryland, this discretion and conflict of interest should be removed, and prosecution of law enforcement officers should begin directly within the Attorney General's office. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing the new legislation this workgroup will produce for the 2021 session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Next, Ms. Jennifer Porcari.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Porcari, and I'm speaking out today as a mother of 2 children from Prince George's County. I am asking that this work group include in its work 2 positions in particular, although I know that you have had many topics in your discussion. The first is that we need a strong legal standard barring unnecessary police use of force that requires other officers to intervene and stop the abuse. All other methods should be employed prior to discharging a firearm. Officers should give a warning before use of force. I know that Maryland has worked very hard over the last few years to change the culture around use of force, but the time for encouragement and suggestions for communities is over. We need stronger policies with teeth in them. Second, I ask that you enhance the community program fund to help communities engage together to decide the type of community policing that our citizens want and need. We need civilian review boards in every community. The police are an important part of our communities and as such should be engaged to help monitor and solve crimes that take place in our communities. They should not be responsible for all of the problems facing our communities, including mental health, substance abuse, domestic violence, and behavioral health, to name just a few. In conclusion, I ask that you help reform the rules of engagement for our police departments and give stronger guidelines and parameters to prevent excessive use of force. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Ms. Lisa Walker.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Walker. As an African-American woman growing up in the urban areas, my relationship with the police has always been one of fear. Many of the families in our neighborhood were working class with strong values, trying to make a life better for themselves. However, many of our youth, particularly our young Black males, were often stopped without just cause, harassed, and often excessive force used. When crimes were committed in our neighborhoods, the police were either slow to arrive or in some areas, not at all. Many law-abiding citizens were respectful to the law. However, many felt the same respect was not reciprocated. I personally have known individuals that have been harassed just for standing on the street. We are seen as criminals before proven innocent. There were a few neighborhood cops who volunteered with the community organizations, schools, to build relationships with the youth in the neighborhoods. Unfortunately, over the years, I've seen less programs involving the community and the police, and an increase in killings with Black people. A good friend of mine's son, Dale Graham, was killed by the police because they felt threatened, but no evidence of this was found. There needs to be an initiative to build trust within a community, which entails the police officers having an understanding of the community that they police, having an intervening liaison to enhance the relationship between the community and law enforcement, and more participation by police officers to be a part of preventive programs for our youth and to serve our neighborhoods in a positive manner. A time for change is now, for we have lost too many. Thank you for your time and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Next, we will have Ms. Denise Reed.
My name is Chaplain Denise Reed. I want to thank first this distinguished panel for this opportunity to talk about police reform and accountability. I'm with Baltimore City Police Chaplain for the last 4 years, and it's a privilege to work alongside Baltimore finest officers post Freddie Gray. I'm also a proud resident of my beloved city and advocate for 43 years since 1977. A briefing paper on deaths in police encounters in Maryland with the American Civil Liberties Union's March 2015. Between 2013 and 2014, the ACLU heard from individuals and families across Maryland whose loved ones had died in police encounters. These families were searching both for ways to make sense of what happened and for ways to ensure that other families would not suffer the same loss. Shockingly, there were no centralized state or federal reporting requirements when people died in police encounters. There are more than 140 state and local law enforcement agencies in Maryland, but no official tracking of how frequently or under what circumstances they are involved in the loss of civilian lives. Key findings from that report: at least 101 people died in police encounters in Maryland between 2010 and 2014. These deaths were dispersed throughout the state in 17 counties in Baltimore City. Key finding number 2, 69% of those who died in police encounter, 75 people were Black. Blacks make up 29% of Maryland's population during that time. And key finding number 3, 41% of those who died, 45 people were not armed with a weapon of any kind. In closing, the clock is ticking. It is our moral obligation to ensure our great state of Maryland upholds democracy and set a standard across the nation in strategies of de-escalation, implicit bias training, and the like. This is our clarion call, Isaiah 58, verse 12. You shall be called repairs of the breach. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Next, Ms. Pamela Decore.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Atterbury and work group members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you on this critical issue. As a mother of a disabled Black young man with communication problems, I'm very concerned. Moreover, I believe enacting police reforms is a major step to lead our divided country in a much needed direction towards reconciliation and healing. The support is even there among conservatives. I was shocked to see the number of evangelical conservatives making statements to call for justice on social media. Thus, the time to move on this effort is now and it's right. My family hasn't experienced a police brutality to my knowledge, however many friends did. When I was, say, 7 years old, the most horrible experience I recall was that of a former neighbor whose somebody was riddled with bullets after policemen responded to a domestic disturbance in their home. Police said Tiny was attempting to attack them with a knife. His parents said he didn't have a knife. But one man with a knife surrounded by multiple police officers did not have to be dealt with such a deadly response. And as a child, that remained with me for life. Finally, I'd like to state, I disagree with defunding the police, if that's something you're thinking of. Police departments need to be revamped to hire police officers better trained to de-escalate situations, I believe, and not use deadly force. This may involve police hirings that would better test the emotional intelligence of recruits, hiring more officers with degrees and experience in sociology and psychology as part of teams to respond to volatile situations, and training and methods to de-escalate situations without violence or apply the minimal amount of force needed to subdue a suspect. And or policies make it acceptable for officers present during arrest to intervene to stop deadly responses. Again, thank you for this opportunity and Godspeed on your efforts to address this critical issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Diane Zander. We're going to Ms. Diane Zander next. There you go, Ms. Zander. You're unmuted. Can you hear me? Ms. Zander? Okay, Matt, we will move on to, we'll leave her there and if you can hear me, maybe there's something on your end that you can do. We'll come back to you. And we will move on to Miss Nalina Jarath. And I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, so correct me.
Yes, thank you. It's Nalini Jarath.
Thank you.
Chair Atterbury and task force members, I speak to you from three perspectives. First, as a nurse of 40 years in a profession where violence has been faced by those whom we choose to serve. Secondly, I speak to you as a mother of two brown-skinned young men who face discrimination just because of the color of their skin and their perceived origins. And finally, I speak as a woman who has only encountered kindness and courtesy from the police that I've encountered. And my one caveat is I've never been able to talk my way out of any of the traffic tickets or anything. The points I raise hopefully are not new, but rather underscore what is important from the perspective of a member of the public. First, it is pointless to deny that systemic racism does not exist in policing. Denial does nothing. The current challenge is to understand and respond to its contours. This includes understanding the ominous movement towards positioning our police as de facto counter-protesters and creating further polarization between the police and certain sectors of the public. To address systemic factors, you must learn from other professions which have been forced to change and for whom change has been equally painful. Learning only from yourselves is far too limiting. My profession has learned from such disparate groups as air traffic controllers and assembly line workers. We've learned the importance of developing systems for risk reduction Key themes include detailed root cause analysis, as well as analyzing near misses when a critical threat to safety did not occur either because of our actions or for sheer luck. So for police reform, nothing less than a caring but data-driven, evidence-based approach is acceptable. The next thing I would urge you to do is to understand the limits of police expertise. That is why triage and sharing responsibility and funding is so important. Please use your community. In Maryland, there are so many who have the wisdom that comes from sorrowful encounters with police, as well as a host of others with important skill sets. So many of us are waiting to be asked to help, and many would volunteer their services free of charge. The people of Maryland want to help. This brings me to my last point, which is humility. Changing systemic racism and improving policing requires this true sign of strength. We want our police force to succeed. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for participating today. Next, Ms. Tyrese McAllister. Ms. McAllister?
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, can you see me?
Yep, I can see you looking good in green.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Okay. I'm extremely honored to be able to testify today. I'm a proud resident of Prince George's County, and for the last 25 years, I have served as a crisis response mental health professional. Often this work requires law enforcement support to assist vulnerable, traumatized, and mentally ill citizens. I do not consider this hard work, but it is heart work. It is not easy to assist citizens who don't often want any interference or intervention. This work can be dangerous, as some of these individuals may be paranoid, frightened, or violent. The police involvement is often needed for people who need psychiatric treatment, but do not want or will not get the help without forced intervention. Officers can volunteer for a crisis intervention training, which is specialized training that provides knowledge on dealing with consumers who have mental illness, an intellectual disability, or suffer from a medical emergency that presents psychiatrically. This training will provide the tools necessary to improve engagement with vulnerable citizens, reduce injury and death to people who require their assistance, but may not be willing to get the treatment voluntarily. This training should be mandatory for all officers. In 2017, my daughter was murdered in Washington, D.C. The Metropolitan Police Department responded and was very gracious to myself and my family. Chief Peter Newsom took personal interest in the case and extended himself and his officers. The murder of my daughter remains unsolved. My daughter was killed during the day in a community where there was plenty of foot traffic outside. While I feel someone had to know something or seen something, not even a $25,000 reward could encourage the community to share information with the detectives. As a mother of a slain 18-year-old college freshman, I am discouraged about the community who will not share information on the murder of my daughter with the police. As an African American, I know firsthand that the police have not always been a friend to Black and Brown communities, so I am not surprised that they will not share this information. Gun violence is uniquely an American epidemic, and gun violence by police is also. Yearly, law enforcement officers in the United States reportedly kill more than 1,000 people. This is the tip of the iceberg because it doesn't include police officers who discharge their service weapons and miss their target or cause just an injury. The combination of systemic racism, white supremacy, and the American gun culture is toxic, and Black people in particular are victims at a disproportionate rate. The citizens of the United States need police. Urban communities of colors where homicides and crime are high need police even more. As a mother, as an African-American woman, and as a mental health professional, I implore you to fix our law enforcement problems so that all citizens can feel safe. Community safety is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McAllister, do you mind if I ask you one question?
Sure.
Because you said you were a mental health professional, and particularly because you respond to crisis situations, is it in what you were trying to express, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you believe that police should respond to these situations but just need to be trained differently? Or do you think someone other than the police need to respond to those situations, like more individuals like yourself?
When I've seen this work really well, it has been a co-response. Like I said, many times people who present psychiatrically are frightened, they're paranoid, they have a lot of anxiety, and sometimes they're violent and dangerous. And so as a supervisor, I can't send my staff to somebody who's wielding a knife without police. But the police have to be trained. Because I've done this work over 25 years, I can easily tell when an officer has been trained and when an officer is not trained. The response is just different. It's not, and police shouldn't have to respond to mental health by themselves because they don't have enough training to respond alone. But a co-response is where I've really seen that it works very good, so that I can inform the police on what psychiatric and historical, if a person is taking their medicine, if they're not taking their medicine, versus the police trying to figure that out. Also, the police can let me know, this is about to get dangerous, move out the way. It really works nice when it is a co-response.
Thank you. Thanks for permitting me to ask a question.
No problem. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Maria Matalia.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Atterbury and delegates, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Maria Matiella. I'm from Davidsonville, Maryland. I support enacting policies and guidance for limited use of force against a person with limited English proficiency and a person experiencing cognitive impairment due to the use of drugs and alcohol. An example happened on June 24th in Tucson, Arizona. Carlos Lopez went to visit his grandma. He was under the influence. Unfortunately, he undressed himself. His grandma became afraid and called the police. When the police got there, he profusely apologized. He knew he had done wrong. He was just hot because he was under the influence of alcohol, and he was in, cocaine, and he was in Tucson. And so he apologized. Unfortunately, the police slammed him on the ground and tied his hands behind him, wrapped 2 blankets around him, and put a head sock on him. And he kept asking his nana, his grandmother, for help. He kept asking for water, and he kept telling him he couldn't breathe. 12 minutes later, he was dead. He died in front of his grandmother at his grandmother's house. And this undue use of force was not necessary. And again, we have to implement policies that forbid it, and that we put professionals at work in these areas where you have non-criminals that just need to be diffused. And so thank you so much for taking this on.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Next, we will have Miss Nancy Hafford.
Oh. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm having a little difficulty with my computer.
That's fine.
I thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today and allowing me to speak. I'm Nancy Hafford. I'm the director of the Towson Chamber of Commerce. I've been here, the director, for about 15 years. And I've run about 100 pre-COVID. I run about 130 events in the Towson area that bring almost 500,000 people to our community. And doing this, we have to work very closely with our police department, not just for our events, but I'm not sure if you're familiar with Towson, but we're a very rapidly growing community. We've gone from a suburb to an urban environment. And we don't work with our police officers just on our events. We work with them with our bars and restaurants because we're a college town. And so Towson University has about 23,000 students. Goucher College has about 3,500 students. And we want to make sure that our bars and restaurants are paying attention to the law, not allowing underage drinking, and not causing a problem for the surrounding businesses. So during my 15 years as director, I've worked with 6 different captains. And the one thing that I found is that our community has respect for our police officers, and our police officers have respect for our community. And I watch the news, and I've heard some other people give testimony, and it breaks my heart because I know there's some bad officers out there. But just like citizens don't want bad officers, I know our good police officers don't want bad officers either. But one thing I hope people are paying attention to is that I'm hearing some of our better officers looking at early retirement and not feeling that they're being treated fairly, not just by citizens, but by some of their superiors. And if we don't have a culture of respect, we're not going to be able to keep qualified police officers, and we're not going to be able to attract good police officers. And all we'll have is people applying that shouldn't be officers at all. So the only way we can create positive reform is if all involved come to the table with an open mind, looking for creative ways to keep good police officers and to entice good officers, but also we have to swiftly remove an officer that abuses his or her authority. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here today. Next, Ms. Kristen Downs. Just wait 1 second. Oh, there you go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with the work group to address police reform and accountability in Maryland. I am Kirsten Downs. I am the District Public Defender for Baltimore City. Every day, my office represents Baltimoreans who have been subjected to police abuse and police misconduct. The death of Freddie Gray and the activities of the Gun Trace Task Force are probably the highest profile examples, but it has caused Baltimore to rise to the national spotlight in these situations. Although police misconduct issues in Baltimore are probably the most notorious in Maryland, this culture of abuse isn't limited to Baltimore. These incidents affect all communities that are over-policed and unfairly surveilled. These often Black and Brown communities are repeatedly victimized by police abuses and overreach. And often they are re-victimized when their complaints and their demands for justice are ignored or discredited. And so I'm glad that we are now in a moment where these calls for transparency, for accountability, and for justice are finally able to be heard. The national dialogue is demanding transparency and reform, and it is imperative for Maryland to join this movement. We at the Office of the Public Defender believe that the culture of secrecy and immunity allows misconduct to flourish unexamined and unchecked. We cannot address the need for police reform without examining the dire need for greater transparency. As the saying goes, you cannot fix a problem that you cannot see. Acts of abuse and misconduct must be brought into the light. This requires public disclosure of internal investigation files, as well as the repeal of the law enforcement officer's Bill of Rights. Proper disclosure of the IAD files in criminal cases and improved transparency to the public would allow for abusive officers to be identified and addressed before their actions rise to the level of misconduct that we hear about all too often in Baltimore and across the country. The right of a defense to receive IAD files is clearly established in constitutional law. The Sixth Amendment and Due Process Clause require discovery of impeachment purposes and recognize that such disclosure, even if not admissible in the proceeding, are essential to a fair trial. Unfortunately, claims of abuse and misconduct are generally not credited when they come from the communities that we serve at the Office of the Public Defender. It requires evidence of a history of complaints, allegations, investigations about an officer that is often uncovered only after extensive litigation, that balance fairly shifts. The director of our special litigation unit will speak later on today about the extensive efforts required for us to receive IAD material. These materials are required to be disclosed by Brady, Giglio, and related constitutional principles. We hope to provide more detailed information to the work group at a later date. Even in Baltimore, where the prosecution is heralded to be progressive, the LEOBR and regulations are used to shield against the disclosure of police files, allowing officers to act with impunity and in most cases free from consequence. Without disclosure of this information, there can be no fair trial or no fair hearing. No other profession is afforded this level of secrecy. The disciplinary records of doctors or lawyers are easily accessible by the public. Police officers are amongst the most powerful public servants and should be held up to public scrutiny. When their behavior is abusive or otherwise inappropriate, it should not be shielded. For years, police departments have used shielding laws to escape accountability by making police disciplinary records confidential. Allowing this level of secrecy to law enforcement removes a vital layer of accountability to the public that they are charged to protect. Police officers have the power to take both life and liberty, and that power should not exist in darkness. Repealing the LEOBR is not a silver bullet, but would be an important step forward in the accountability and discipline of abusive officers. It will also place Maryland in line with other jurisdictions which have sought to rein in police misconduct and increase the trust between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. States such as New York, California, Texas, Kentucky, Louisiana, and South Carolina. Transparency is not a cure-all. More is needed to bring about just accountability for police officers, but transforming the role of the police in our society is an important goal, and transparency is a first critical step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Downs.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Cindy Nell.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Atterbury and committee members. My name is Cindy Nell. I am a mother and a retired teacher who taught for 32 years in Prince George's County. I have the concerns of all parents, but I have never worried my children may not come home alive because of an encounter with police over a minor infraction. Those are the fears of my Black friends and neighbors, parents of children with mental health issues, and the parents of many of my former students. Like teachers, most police officers are dedicated public servants who do a demanding and difficult job to improve the lives in the communities they serve. But recent incidents highlight there is a need for reform of policies regulating police departments to provide safety for all of our citizens. I ask you to please make the following changes in state law to transform the role of police in our communities. Require police officers to be trained to de-escalate encounters with the public. Prohibit unnecessary police use of force. All other options must be exhausted before police officers fire a weapon or use other lethal force. Require police to intervene in proper use of force by other officers to prevent the kinds of tragedies we see far too often. repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights to provide more transparency, and provide funding to school and community counselors, social workers, and other professionals to address community problems such as mental health, substance abuse, domestic violence, and behavioral health before these problems become police problems. Our country must live up to its ideals of equality and justice for all. I believe Maryland can be a leader in making the reforms that make this possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Next, Ms. Mara O'Neill.
Peace and blessings to you all. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Thank y'all for having me today. My name is Mara O'Neill. I'm the children's mother of Jamal Taylor, who was murdered by the police out Hunt Valley, Maryland, September 28th, 2019. The police officers that murdered him left to mourn me, his mother, and our 4 beautiful children. Not only did they leave us to mourn, they left my children terrorized. My children are traumatized, they are grieving, and we're going through a lot. And not only am I grieving, I'm sitting here having to fight for him, fight for his accountability, and fight for his justice. It's too many families have become hashtags that have to continue to fight this fight for accountability. And while the murderers go home to their families, while the murderers go home and sleep at night and still have their job. It's too much of that going on. We're tired of symbolic victories. They'll write Black Lives Matter on the streets, the same streets that they'll shed our loved one blood. We're ready for people to make a change. We're done with people kneeling. Of course, kneel, please kneel. Do anything you can to get some type of, do anything you can to get the word out there, to make people see what's going on. But we want a change. Too many years we've been marching and marching. Y'all heard our cries. Y'all heard our voices. We've been marching till we can't march no more, and it's been going on for a while. Now it's time to change laws. It's time to put law changes into play. The police should not be immune to killing people. The same accountability you hold for other people in their job is the same accountability that should be held against the law enforcement, especially the people that's paid by taxpayer dollars. A traffic stop should not be a death sentence. Any type of crime they should be able to deal with. They can't just come there and kill. So we're going to keep fighting this fight. We're going to keep moving. We're going to keep seeking justice for our families, but this should not be a thing. It should not continue to be hashtags. Our family should not continue to be hashtags. Jamal Taylor wasn't the first one killed by the police, and he won't be the last until the laws are changed. Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Next, Mr. James Warmack.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is James Warmack. I guess my incident that happened to me 2 years ago here in Allegheny County, it left me very frustrated, left me feeling abused, and left me feeling victimized. 60-year-old Black man who was pulled over for having a air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror, which is against the law because it's a secondary offense, but the officer pulled me over, and after he ran my driver's license and found that there was nothing, he chose to call in the police search dogs. And, you know, it's incidents like this that escalate, they get out of hand. Fortunately, you know, me being older, I was very upset, but I made sure I didn't get out of the car because I'm 6'6". The officer is shorter, and I know it would have been very intimidating to him. So, but you know, it shouldn't have to be that way. First of all, shouldn't have been pulled over, and certainly should never have had the police dogs come and search my vehicle. So, you know, just better training for these officers and having them just, you know, do the right thing is the only thing I can say. I mean, so many times they feel so much power and they want to abuse that power. It's the only thing I can think of. And it leaves you feeling not so much helpless, but it certainly leaves you feeling very frustrated and wanting to, you know, lash out or to maybe holler at him or get in his face when you're being unjustly accused of something, and then that escalates. But it should never get to that point that make an individual feel that way. So, reform is definitely needed. In my instance, there's two different jurisdictions, the city police and the county police. And here, the city police, they took action against their employee with his wrongdoing in the incident. But the county police, county sheriff, he felt that his officer did everything just according to the book, which was absolutely incorrect. And he was the one who pulled me over improperly in the first place, the county police officer. So, there's training, and then there's, even in the hierarchy, the sheriff said his man did everything right, and the city police captain said that his man was, at fault and shouldn't have handled it that way. So, it really starts with the mentality of, the leadership that's involved, and more so than changing. I mean, changing laws is good, but change laws, and if the leadership doesn't change how they approach the situation, it's not going to change anything. So, I'm hoping that there is reform, and that they are governed accordingly for whatever the reform is, and that the officers feel that they can address situations that when they see their partner doing something, they can pull him up without having to worry about retribution or retaliation. They can stop instances from occurring as they're occurring. So I think that's a big part of this whole issue, is making sure that the good officers aren't taken down with the bad officers just because of their inactivity or their lack of wanting to get involved in the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for testifying today. And we're going to circle back to Ms. Diane Zander, and hopefully we can hear you. So let's try that again.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Perfect, yes.
Oh, perfect. My husband, Mark, was murdered at the hands of a retired Baltimore police officer. He was our next door neighbor, and we learned early on of his aggressive nature. He told us he was a rooster in his prior neighborhood and also would be in ours. Through conversations with other police officers in his precinct located in Baltimore, Maryland, we learned that he was not wanted as a partner for fear his misconduct would cause a death and or jeopardize other officers' reputations. Yet after his exit as a police officer, he was allowed to carry a concealed weapon. Because of several unlawful actions on his part over a period of years before he shot my husband with his concealed gun, that privilege was revoked twice. For 2 separate hearings, he hired an attorney to represent and speak for him and was granted the carry concealed privilege back. This information was provided for me by the state police. This man was well known for his sense of entitlement. The process to obtain a concealed carry permit is extensive, except for police officers. They are not required to provide a good and substantial reason. LEOSA allows exemption for qualified officers. For most of our respected and appreciated for their service police officers, this is fine. However, once you abuse that privilege, it should not be reinstated. Once, shame on you. Twice, shame on us for allowing this bad behavior to continue without consequences. I believe there needs to be an evaluation process performed, not just allowed, for a retired or discharged officer to carry a concealed weapon during the exit period, and most importantly, in the event of a revocation circumstance. I am hopeful that the House Work Group will consider my request and concerns. Thank you for your work. You are so appreciated. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging on while we work through those technical difficulties. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Members of the work group, we have about 5 minutes before 4:30, at which time our next group who has signed up to testify will testify between 4:30 and 5:30. We do have about 16 videos, but we don't have enough time right now in this brief break to upload them and let everybody see them. So we are gonna, they will be uploaded on the website for the work group. And folks can take a look at them there, but I will let everybody take a quick 5-minute break. Please come back promptly at 4:30 because folks will be let in so we can get the next group to testify. So use the restroom, grab something to eat, and see you in a couple minutes. Okay, welcome back to the public hearing by the Police Reform and Accountability Work Group for the House of Delegates in the Maryland General Assembly. We're going to go ahead and get started with the 4:30 to 5:30 group, and we will begin with Ms. Lisa Moloch. And so everyone's just going to have to wait 1 second to be unmuted, but you're good to go.
Thank you. Get started now.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Delegate Atterbury and members of the work group. My name is Lisa Moloch, and I'm the founder and director of Let's Thrive Baltimore, previously known as No One Left Unhelped. Our mission since our founding in 2016 is to assist young people impacted by gun violence so that they can be a part of meaningful change in Baltimore. We run projects including mentoring, job programs, and support groups for our youth, financial literacy, career consulting, and therapeutic programs for families, cash assistance for survivors of violence, and cleaning and greening projects in the city. We began serving 1,000 meals a day in Baltimore during the COVID-19 outbreak. Recently launched programs on police reform. In July, we began youth listening sessions between our young people and police to give them a chance to hear each other's concerns and experiences. Our young participants from Let's Thrive Baltimore spoke most often about the need for police to have more training in identifying and dealing with individuals with mental health issues. They were also equally concerned about the mental health of the police officers. They proposed that police have mandatory counseling with mental health professionals on a regular basis to ensure their own well-being. Our young people also expressed the need for police to be involved in community center activities to build rapport with the residents. These listening sessions themselves are a big step forward in rebuilding deteriorated relationships between communities and police. I strongly support police reform that improves training for police on how to deal with mentally unhealthy individuals. Additionally, I support reform that addresses maintaining the mental health of our police force itself through counseling. Thank you, all of you, for your work on police reform in Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today.
Yes, thank you.
Next, Mr. Matthew Melhoff.
Melhoff, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Melhoff. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Good afternoon. As we figured out, my name is Matt Melhoff. I am a former police officer and currently a military spouse. And now, most recently, I'm a homeschool teacher for my 2 young kids. In the past life, pre-COVID, I was a certified police academy instructor in Dayton, Ohio. I worked for 2 large urban police departments. The first was Sacramento, California. The second was in Dayton, Ohio. And there was a dramatic difference in how officers were trained to use force and respond to critical incidents just between these 2 police departments. If common training existed, it was usually promoted at a federal level or a state level. If no standards were established, local police departments were left to fill in the gray areas through their policies. For example, in 2004, Sacramento trained officers to use the least amount of force necessary to overcome resistance. Whereas in Dayton, when I was trained in 2009, we were trained to use force out of consideration of injury to the subject and of injury to the officer. On paper, both policies included injury to the subject as a major consideration. But in practice, an officer in Sacramento had to use their hands to control somebody before escalating to a more dangerous means of control. An officer in Dayton could just use the taser if on balance, the officer would risk injury trying to subdue the subject. Effectively, most incidents where force was justified, you could just shoot a taser. Now, there are more than 12,000 local police departments in this country. Minor changes on paper have major differences in how they are applied and in outcomes. And these are as numerous as the police agencies themselves. I believe police would benefit greatly from a national agency that promotes a use of force standard and collects data and statistics on these incidents. But absent the national will to do that, states are going to have to fill that void. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Next, we will have Marcus Pettiford.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Back in 2012, my father, Anthony Anderson, was murdered in Baltimore City by the Baltimore City Police Department, down on Moffett and Biddle. They said that they observed him having a hand-to-hand transaction with an unknown assailant. To this day, they still don't know who that assailant was. They followed him quickly behind him to a parking lot that's centered across from the fire department. They hoisted him above their heads, and he slammed him on his head and neck area. Immediately, he started going into convulsions. Everyone rushed to the corner. My grandmother, my 2-year-old niece at the time, which we were preparing for her birthday party on the same day. So the police told my grandmother, to back up away from them, or this will happen to you too. She explained to them, like, that's my son. What are you doing to my son? So the results of the whole encounter, his injuries were blood force trauma to his head and neck area, 6 broken ribs, as well as a ruptured spleen. So they beat my dad to death on that empty lot that day. So the fire department, of course, they were located across the street. They rushed to help him immediately. They tried to hold him up for an extra 2 hours and try to get them to botch the report, saying that he just overdosed on some drugs. There was no drugs on his person. There was no money on his person either. So the hand-to-hand transaction thing was null and void. So once he got transported down to Johns Hopkins Medical Center, the medical examiners deemed it a homicide right out the way. Since then, we have been fighting for justice with Tawanda Jones, part of the West Coalition, and we've been fighting alongside of her ever since. We actually just got back from Minnesota a few weeks ago. We went to visit the George Floyd Memorial, things like that. And things got violent there too as well. They started shooting at a couple of us that were visiting the gravesite at the time. So we look at it as a simple way of, this just needs to stop. I believe they need to get rid of the Officers' Bill of Rights, because it has a lot to do with the response that they give to everyone, especially the inner city youth, as well as the Black community and the urban communities. It's a big difference on how they handle certain communities and certain officers. Not all of them are bad. We understand that, but there's enough of them that make the bad apples overshadow the good cops. I also say that to say this. This is why me and my wife do what we do. We own a semi-professional football team called the Maryland Cougars. 17 and older is the age groups. We realize that the kids have a lot to do, but it's nothing really for the young adolescents, as well as some of the older guys. So we figured if we get them out off the street, give them something positive to do, that's one less person that the Baltimore Police Department or any police department could chase down the alley and potentially kill, because they feel like they're threatened for their life with an unarmed Black man.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story with us today. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay. June 7th, 2015, my husband 41 days after the death of Freddie Gray at the hands of the Baltimore City Police Department, my husband, Keith Davis Jr., was wrongfully pursued, shot at over 30 times, and wounded 3 times by Baltimore City Police. He would go on to be relentlessly prosecuted and wrongfully convicted by the current Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. And the 4 officers who shot him and completely did not follow any protocol whatsoever that day were never held accountable because they were protected by the law enforcement officer's Bill of Rights. They were given far beyond the 5 to 10 day window to give a statement surrounding their use of force and what happened that day. Instead, they didn't give a statement for 7 to 8 months, while Keith languished in jail for crimes that he did not commit. Catherine Filippo, one of the first officers to shoot him and would be the one to essentially carry the narrative used against my husband, would later be allowed to just merely resign after it was made public that after it was known that she was under federal investigation for using her police powers to sell drugs and guns while on duty and so forth. The reality is that during my husband's latest trial, his attorneys had such a hard time getting the information from IED files for all of these officers. Some of the most egregious things came out in his trial after a fight for these IED files that should be made public, such as firearm examiners who are unable to see, firearm examiners who have physically assaulted each other while on the job, firearm examiners who have cheated on their tests. And these are the things that we're using to send people away for the rest of their life. And so police are the most protected. They're also the least held accountable. They are protected by judges who refuse to turn over the IED files because, after all, police are given the benefit of the doubt. And these judges don't want to open up the can of worms that would essentially put forth all of these police officers' prior acts and things that the public should know. This same police department often talks about being repeat violent offenders. It's something that suggested that people are out here committing violent offenses without any type of consequences and so forth. But what happens when those same repeat violent offenders have guns and badges and they're on our streets and we're unable to find out exactly who they are and what they are and what they've done because they are protected by this law officer Bill of Rights? Police should be held to a higher standard, and in Baltimore City and across Maryland, they are not. And they are protected and never held accountable. They're protected by prosecutors. They're constantly protected by judges. And we need to do something about this, or else the state will continue to pay out in wrongful convictions. They'll continue to pay out in police brutality. Things have to change. And therefore, so that my husband, so that no one else's husband goes through those things and no other family is affected the way that we are with these officers that are continuously not held accountable and continuously doing the same thing over and over again, we're going to continue to go through these issues and pay out this money until we have it's more than reform. It needs to be repealed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you for testifying today. Next, Ms. Ongisa Ichile McKenzie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Can you see me?
Yes.
My name is Ongisa Ichile McKenzie, and I am representing the Southern Marylanders for Racial Equality. We are a coalition of citizens in Charles, Calvert, and St. Mary's who are fed up with the way things currently are. So our statement today is that they say that the United States is not a police state, and that is a lie. If you're Black or brown or indigenous, it is most certainly a police state. From the time you're in preschool until the time you leave school, officers who you may already be afraid of based on your family's history or your own personal history and interactions are following you through the hall and may cart you away for things as simple as childhood meltdowns or simple errors. It's really a case of two Americas taking place in the same space at the same time. In fact, research by Campaign Zero has shown that there's an increase in suburban and rural police violence cases. So despite the data that proves that the presence of officers in school don't deter any type of crime, they're still there. from K through 12. As a mother of a Black teenager, as someone who has personally been traumatized by a traffic stop or two, I'm petitioning this body to repeal the LEOBR and also reform the Maryland Public Information Act. Maryland passed this controversial LEOBR back in 1974, and it was very controversial. In fact, this was brought up as a result of Baltimore police being in conflict with their own commissioner, who was holding them accountable in various ways for their actions. In fact, according to the Baltimore Sun, Howard County, Montgomery County, Carroll County, Frederick County, and the state police actually asked to be exempted from this controversial law at that time. So Maryland went on ahead because of the pressure of the Fraternal Orders of Police and passed this legislation. And it became the first of the 16 current states out of 50 to enact this legislation. So I feel that Maryland should be the first to repeal this legislation and undo its mistake so that we can hold police accountable, because no one is above the law. And I just want to share that as a person, as a human, it pains my heart to see and hear all these stories from these people because it's never ending. And I want to know, as a legislative body, how many more stories you need to hear, how many more tales of woe, how many more deaths, how many more names or hashtags it would take before you decide that this is not what we need in our state. And there are more than 30 other states who are doing just fine without having these protections for police. And I think we can do the same. Thank you so much, Delegate Atterbury, and to the whole working group for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Next, we will have Ms. Chowdhury.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the House Workgroup to address police reform and accountability in Maryland. My name is Zainab Chowdhury. I'm the director of CARE's office in Maryland. CARE is America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of meaningful police reform at the state level. I believe that implementing measures to ban police chokeholds, establishing a duty to intervene, appointing civilians to review boards, increasing transparency and accountability in policing practices, and expanding de-escalation and bias training will all lead to safer, a more safer society. And it'll also help officers improve public safety as well. You know, over the course of the last 5 years in my capacity as a civil rights activist and community organizer, predominantly serving the Muslim community, but also far beyond, I've worked with many victims of suspected or confirmed hate crimes and bias-motivated incidents. And in many of these cases, despite assurances and explanations on the critical role that law enforcement agencies play in the fight for justice, all too often the crippling fear and mistrust of officers discourages victims and survivors from coming forward to report crimes and incidents. And while the source of this fear and mistrust can be better analyzed by experts, some measure of it absolutely stems from personal experiences and observations, as well as the impact of high-profile cases like the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis earlier this spring in May, and also Freddie Gray 5 years ago right here in Baltimore. And these kind of instances help to further chasm the mistrust within our communities. This disparate treatment of communities of color, but especially Black communities, that individuals are forced to endure from some members of law enforcement community only serve to create more difficulty in getting justice for victims and survivors of hate crimes and bias incidents. In order to properly serve every resident of our community, we need to do better, and implementing reforms we strongly believe will help enable officers to better fulfill the oath that they took upon completing their certification process, which is an oath to protect and serve. On Monday evening, the Baltimore County Council blocked Bill 7320, as many of you might be aware, that called for police reform, despite the fact that numerous cities around the country have already moved to pass similar legislation. And opposing council members cited that they were hoping that your work group would help to kind of lead the way and mandate these necessary reforms at the state level. And this disappointing vote was really a reality check and a reminder that we need bold elected leaders who can make necessary, courageous decisions that help protect the best interests of all of our diverse communities collectively. And I hope that this working group is comprised of such leadership. My organization respectfully urges you to take police reform and accountability seriously, especially so we can help to get justice for victims of hate crimes and bias-motivated incidents without fear of repercussion of these individuals from those who are protected to or sworn to protect and serve. And this will help also to restore public trust in law enforcement agencies. So as elected officials, CARE would like to ensure we believe it's up to you to help ensure the safety of constituents in our community and to place their safety above politics and partisanship. Thank you for this opportunity to provide this testimony. We look forward to a favorable outcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Next, Mr. John Moser.
You can hear me?
Yes.
So we're looking at a bill here that creates new accountability. It creates new rules for the officers to follow, reporting things. That's important. But accountability is important, but also government's built on opinion. So if you have a police force that thinks, well, these are just getting in my way, people will kind of ignore that and try to find ways to get around them. So we need these regulations in place, but we also need to change our society fundamentally. Like we need to stop, we see criminals as like animals. The police will see them like they're chasing a dangerous gangsters instead of like these are human beings. We have people who have done things. Why? Because they grow up in a certain environment. So why do we hand a police officer a gun, a lethal weapon, when you can get things like pepper ball launchers, which is basically a handgun that fires a little round that you can hit someone easily at 120 feet. It burns, and you can get them with tear gas powder in them. If you want to bring somebody down, why do you need to send a high-speed piece of lead at them to put holes in them when you can temporarily disable them? Why are police carrying lethal firearms? You put a gun in someone's hand, it puts it in their head that these people are dangerous, I may need to kill them. Now they live in a fantasy when they're rushing and chasing someone down. We look at things, we've passed bills that say, well, you're a violent repeat offender. We're going to put you back in prison for 15 years. Our prisons don't follow the Nelson Mandela rules. People get thrown in the central booking and they just sit there for the weekend. They're withdrawing from heroin. They're vomiting on themselves. They're crying on the floor. It hurts. Okay? We don't treat people well in prison. It's not a safe place. They learn to keep themselves safe by maybe being big and dangerous. They learn to get with the gangs. And when you live like that for a few months or a couple years, you come back, what's your mentality? We haven't made it a community where we take care of them and help them become good community members. But we want to see people and say, well, you committed a crime, you have to go to prison. Are they a credible ongoing threat to society? If not, can we control them on parole? If they're not likely to commit more crimes, why do they need to be separated in the prison? That's for people we need to protect society from. Until we start doing things like that, the police are going to say, well, here's regulations. I guess I kind of got to work around it. This is stupid. They have dangerous criminals out here. And then they're going to act on that belief until our society starts treating people like people and saying, why are these people like this? How did they become like this? And how do we help them to come back to our society better? They're not going to look at them and say, that's a human being. I have to try to get him and bring him in so that we can help him to become better, so we can help heal him. They're going to say, I got to chase him down. And if he's going to be a problem, I might have to kill him. So past this, but you also have to be looking forward. You also have to be thinking, how do we make sure that the police will follow this? And it's going to be mindset. And that means we're going to have to take further actions.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we will have Mr. Adam Howard.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. As stated, my name is Adam Howard, and I appreciate you guys allowing me this opportunity to speak to you today about some law enforcement reform and some issues going on, specifically in regards to Maryland. First, I appreciate this committee seeking the input of citizens like myself of the state of Maryland. I do want to reiterate that I am a citizen of Maryland. I've grown up in Maryland my entire life, and I've seen law enforcement from numerous agencies within the state of Maryland. And a couple of things I've noted, there are 142 law enforcement agencies in Maryland, and there's about 16,000 police officers and about one officer per 350 people. There are a lot of state and local agencies within Maryland. A lot of these departments have different rules and regulations. I think Maryland has done a great job of bringing the MPCTC with hiring standards and also suspending of police powers and some mandatory education requirements. I would like to see that expanded a little bit more. I think MPCTC should maybe look into establishing use of force guidelines for departments and establishing some sort of policy that all law enforcement agencies could follow, from your state agencies that employ thousands of officers to your local municipalities that employ 10 officers. I think it's also important to note that recent events in America, and then even going back in Baltimore in 2015, there seems to be society has a general lack of respect for law and authority. And I think that America and Maryland, with looking at police reform, is treading on thin ice. We need to have law and order in America. We need to have police officers. Without that, society is going to crumble very, very quickly. I would also just like to say that law enforcement officers are professionals. They are highly trained. All the ones that I have come in contact with have treated me with respect. I've treated them with respect too. And like the previous gentleman was stating, I think that we as a society do a horrible job of taking care of these offenders and getting to the root of the problem. I don't believe law enforcement is the root of the problem. I think the root of the problem has to deal with society, with breakdowns of family, with economic issues, with poverty issues, education issues. I think those are the root of the problem that cause the criminal behavior. And then that separates the criminals from the police officers, just like the gentleman was stating before me. I think if we address those issues and we try to solve those base issues, those underlying issues, that we will see better police officers. We'll see less of the events that have recently occurred in America, as far as some violence of police officers against citizens. So I do appreciate you guys taking the time and allowing me to speak on behalf of citizens of Maryland and of my experience. I do support law enforcement officers. I don't want to see them defunded. I want to see our law enforcement continue and continue to protect the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Keith Lotridge.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm the District Public Defender for Prince George's County, and I believe I'm in a unique position to speak directly to the complete and utter failure in our state in providing defendants any information of police wrongdoing, including acts of racial bias, dishonesty, and violence. As you know, every defendant in a criminal case has a constitutional right to that information. Last year in Prince George's County, we defended over 20,000 people in cases where our clients were facing jail time. In every one of those cases, the state's attorney's office, and by extension, the police, had an absolute obligation to provide relevant internal affairs information. Over 20,000 cases. To my knowledge, there were only 2 cases where we received that relevant information. That is not possible. At this very moment, there is federal litigation against our county's police department alleging racism against their own minority officers. And we have been provided no internal affair records relevant to those claims. We know of acts of violence by officers. Our clients file complaints against officers. We have seen discovery that shows officers lying. And no internal affairs records with that information is provided in over 20,000 cases. We are not alone. A brief survey of our offices across the state shows a systemic failure that is just wrong. There are state's attorney's offices that have no system for reviewing internal affairs files. In those counties, there appears to be a policy of willful ignorance by the state and police. In some areas, they don't do internal affairs investigations for police brutality because they always charge the victim. And the officers don't have to participate in an internal affairs investigation because of the pending criminal case. In some areas, the courts ignore motions for records, empowering further entrenchment and protracted litigation. while states' attorneys claim transparency would stand hand in hand with police in blocking our request. The current system cannot be fixed. It must be changed. In truth, the police cannot police themselves. That's not even fair to them, and it's certainly not fair to our community. We have a two-party adversarial system. At this moment, one party controls access to all the information needed by the other party. There has to be real transparency, and there has to be real accountability. That's my statement. I want to thank you for this hearing and for taking testimony on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will have Mr. Robert Eck testify.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good evening, I should say, and thank you for having me. I just wanted to make a few quick points. That one, that we, as a lifetime citizen of Maryland, I support law enforcement. Also, law enforcement officers have an extremely difficult job. I think we all recognize that. A majority of their contacts with the public are under stressful situations, not only for them, but for the public, you know, as victims or suspects of crime, or being issued traffic citations in some cases. I'm just concerned that officers are being made out to be the problem. And in many cases, I don't believe that that's the case. We would agree that they need more training and better leadership in some cases. Recently, we've seen police chiefs in other states bow to public pressure and terminate law enforcement officers without any due process. And we certainly don't want to see that happen in the state of Maryland. Law enforcement officers should have their right to due process and not have their rights diminished during a disciplinary process. And I thank you for letting me speak, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Next, we have Mr. Richard Deshay. Elliot?
Yes, hello. Hello, Delegate Atterbury and the other members of the committee. I just tagged you along with many other of your colleagues because I've been assembling the data for the United States for every state, but in particular for all the states that have LEOBR in place. So for instance, in Maryland, the incarceration rate is 585 per 100,000 people. And we currently have over 70% of our incarcerated population are African-American, the highest percentage of any state in the country, worse than Mississippi, worse than Alabama. We also have one of the highest pay rates or the highest budgetary allocations for the police. I believe it's fourth or fifth in the entire country. But this is what's the most troubling. Delegate Atterbury, if I may ask you a question, do you know how many officers have been decertified in the state of Maryland in the past 50 plus years?
So I know you know how this works. You don't ask us questions.
Okay, then I'll just tell you. I apologize. There have been 4 officers decertified in the state of Maryland since the numbers began counted. That is out of 30,338 across the country. There have been 4 officers decertified, despite there have been 79 officers shot by 79 civilians shot by on-duty officers, 47 Black, 3 of them Latino, and since 2005, 1 officer has been charged for an on-duty shooting. So it is clear that in the state of Maryland, not just on policing, but on incarceration, we have some serious steps that we need to take. It is an utter shame that our state has more than double our incarceration population as relative to the African-American population in the state. State's attorneys willfully standing behind police and not investigating, not charging, not convicting. I'm a police abolitionist. I am a prison abolitionist. What I have seen in my lifetime and how the police have treated me and many people I know gives me absolutely no confidence in the police. And as the public defender from Prince George's said a couple callers before me, this system needs to be changed. I have made an entire comprehensive list of policy changes that are needed in this state. and I will be happy to help whip the votes, do the research, pass the policy so that we can change our state. Thank you for allowing me to tune in.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Larry McNeely.
Thank you. My name's Larry McNeely. I live in Greenbelt. My background is actually in health policy, but I realize that these two things are connected, and I just have an appeal for you all as individual human beings for a moment. At the end of this process, when you run into a wall of criticism, dissension, etc., before you're tempted to stop with the low-hanging fruit, the things you're able to agree on, look again. Look again at higher rates of arrest, particularly among my Black and immigrant neighbors for drug offenses when white kids have the same level of drug use. Look at DOJ data, Department of Justice data, that finds Black children in the U.S. are 7.5 times more likely in 2007 to have an incarcerated parent in the U.S. Look again at what happens with children in families where incarceration comes in. While it's not a uncomplicated picture, we know that particularly for lower level crimes, they face lower educational outcomes, risk of homelessness, economic challenges, mental health challenges. Look at what happens to entire communities when adults, and particularly men, are disproportionately less likely to find stable work or housing or be able to navigate health challenges, including mental health and physical health challenges, because of their previous involvement in the criminal justice system. Look again at Raj Chetty's work out of Harvard, finding that neighborhoods, particularly those with lower employment, shapes the life chances, not just now, but of that child's generation, the children's future. And then look again at bold solutions that reduce over-policing. Yes, deal with bad apples, but deal with over-policing, particularly of Black people, particularly of low-income people, particularly of immigrant communities. That means SROs out of schools. That means Anton's Law, yes, but it also means finding ways to redirect resources to social work and mental health solutions in this state. I'll be working for it, and I appeal to you again to look again when it gets hard. Know that we have the back of those of you who are willing to do that and work together, get this done. Bye.
Thank you very much. Ms. Beverly John.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Beverly John, and I've worked with and supported many of the organizations and individuals that I believe you've heard from today. You know, they've shared their statistics. Many of them sure have shared personal stories on why we need to have police reform in Maryland. You've heard from them today, and you've probably heard from them in previous legislative sessions, because this is not a new issue for us. So today I am simply addressing you as a concerned citizen who is tired of mourning with my neighbors when they and their families are traumatized by a random encounter with law enforcement that ends in tragedy. The laws that protect an officer who kills or seriously injures a citizen from any accountability must be changed. A suspended license or broken tail light should not equate to a death sentence. Any law that is used to justify multiple trained professionals gunning down an unarmed civilian because they feared for their lives is preposterous to me. And how do we sit idly by while true law enforcement officers are harassed and humiliated and intimidated by their coworkers who choose to use their badges and guns to terrorize the community? I admonish you to use this time to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God. Use the fact that your voters are watching, but more importantly, God is watching. Do not be deceived, because God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. And it is time now to defend the weak and the fatherless, and to uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed. The fact that we still have to create a working group like this and debate why we need police reform before this body is a shame. How many times can you listen to the cries of your constituents and turn a deaf ear? Stop fearing what the blue wall may think or do, and really look and fear God and do what is right by his people, so that you do not face his wrath or the ultimate judgment. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Landon White.
Good. I just want to start off by saying thanks to the work group, all of you guys are doing. Out of this 24 counties in the
We
state
are
of
having
Maryland,
Mr.
the
White.
Maryland, can you hear me?
Okay, that you sound a little bit clearer. You were going in and out for a second there. Go ahead. Let's see if we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I see the video.
No, we still can't hear you, unfortunately.
But okay, so out of this Maryland, no, you can't.
Try one more time. Go ahead.
This Maryland General Assembly needs to properly undertake the steps necessary to eradicate the fear of law-abiding citizens dying in police custody. This work group is a step in the right direction. However, these issues have been discussed almost every other year by the Maryland General Assembly, and hence here we are today. Just getting rid of police brutality or eradicating it might have been fine after Freddie Gray. However, at this point in the state of Maryland, we must eradicate the fear of police brutality. See, the I can't breathe is something that comes from systematic racism, but systematic racism is something that you technically can't put your finger on. Systematic racism deals with racial profiling. Systematic racism deals with disproportionate number of minority attorneys being disbarred, leaving many citizens without proper legal representation. Systematic racism deals with poor families standing in line in the hot sun, picking up laptops in minority communities. That's systematic racism. However, we're having here now, we're having sanctioned state murder. And dealing with my background of not only being a young man in inner city Baltimore, dealing with police brutality on a personal level, but also in the courtrooms of taking on police brutality officers that commit such heinous acts. The citizens of Baltimore County in 2018 stated that Officer Ruby for the Corrine Gaines case was found liable for her murder. However, still to this day, Officer Ruby has still not been arrested by anyone in Baltimore County. Anton Black's officer that was involved in his killing, and we're still getting more information now on today, and on the Eastern Shore. To this day, the commanding officer or the chief was sentenced or was found some type of infraction of misconduct based on hiding the information of the officer in Anton Black's case having what I would call misconduct on his record in Dover, Delaware, which the state of Maryland, as well as these individuals, knew about it. To eradicate the fear, we must put more pressure than just saying, hey, we're going to put these laws in place to get rid of police brutality. I know I have a short time, but as a Black African-American attorney in Baltimore City, I'm not afraid of being shot by my citizens. I'm not afraid of being shot or being murdered in my city. The one way I know that I'm more afraid of is when a police officer pulls me over, there is fear. And the sad part about it is, I know there's less than a 1% chance that that officer will be brought to justice. With that, and look forward to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. White, for testifying today. Next, Ms. Carol Stern.
Thank you, Chair Atterbury and members of the work group. My name is Carol Stern. Am I unmuted now?
Oh, yeah, we could hear you.
Okay, great. I am co-chair of the Equal Justice Under the Law team of Jews United for Justice. JUFJ organizes nearly 6,000 Jewish Marylanders and allies in support of local campaigns for social, racial, and economic justice. I want to thank this work group for the significant work you have undertaken in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic towards substantive police reform that is long overdue. We thank you for recognizing the urgent call of thousands of Marylanders who have raised their voices in the streets asking for change to happen right now. Jewish tradition teaches us that destroying one life is akin to destroying the entire world. In a world already filled with so much violence, we must move to end police violence and change Maryland laws protecting police misconduct. JUFJ has joined more than 80 other organizations across Maryland, calling on the General Assembly to pass 5 specific and impact reforms. First, repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, LEOBR. Second, restore local control of the Baltimore City Police Department. Third, make investigations into police misconduct transparent. Fourth, limit the use of force by law enforcement. And fifth, remove law enforcement officers from schools. Each of these reforms can help address the racist, corrupt, and inequitable policing that has been taking place in Maryland for far too long. The Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights is one of the most regressive laws in the nation. LEOBR permits non-transparent self-investigations by police departments and has created a culture of impunity that is compounded by the fact that the Maryland Public Information Act denies the public access to critical information about police misconduct. For example, look at the 2018 police killing of a Silver Spring man, Robert White, who was walking while Black, unarmed through his neighborhood. To this day, White's community has never learned the details of the investigation, except that the officer still serves on the police force. Survivors of police violence, including those you're hearing from today, deserve to know the details of these investigations. The residents of Baltimore have been calling for local control of the police department for years. Without local control, Baltimoreans are forced to rely on the 3-month session of the General Assembly for changes to policing and practices, especially amid a national uprising calling for police accountability in a state without laws that formally limit the use of force by law enforcement. This is unacceptable and must change. Finally, the General Assembly must remove police from our children's schools. Police in schools don't decrease safety, but instead lead to the criminalization of ordinary student behavior, targeting especially Black students and students with disabilities. Jewish tradition says that we are called to be partners in the creation of a more perfect world. In this time, that call is louder than ever. We look forward to working with you to keep striving for a more perfect world, especially in these difficult and imperfect times. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Next, Ms. Deborah Levi.
Hi, Chair Atterbury. Thank you very much for having me, and to the committee.
It's an honor to be here today and to be in the company of so many eloquent Marylanders whom I'm proud to live amongst. I practice in the Maryland Office of the Public Defender in the Special Litigation Unit. I started in Baltimore in 2013, where there was not yet a practice of open disclosure of IAD investigations. Around the time of the Freddie Gray prosecution, we got into our first notorious officers' files. Those files spanned decades, or at least a decade of time, including allegations of theft, misconduct, disrespect, and abusive practices. Prior to our litigation in 2016, those files had never been disclosed, and thousands of people in the city of Baltimore were prosecuted where that officer's honesty and integrity were at issue in every single case, and none of that was disclosed. We went to the next officer and we won, again, access to internal affairs files. It shocked the conscience that they spanned over another decade of time, including grave abuse of a grave misconduct, abusive practices. This officer would commit abuse and then call Crime Lab to take photographs of bloody citizens of Baltimore after unlawfully entering their homes. He covered up abuses of his coworkers. It had never been disclosed, again, in thousands of prosecutions, and we had to work so hard in those two cases to get it. Today, we have some access in Baltimore City, but it is clearly not enough. The state's attorney's office and the police department still shield from us open investigations that a police department overcoming corruption takes far too long to investigate. Certainly, open investigations are most relevant to people currently being prosecuted whose liberty is at stake. The history of the LEOBR is that it was enacted because police officers are alleged to have a different type of work. If you look at the case law interpreting it, it says police officers are different. And it's right that they are different. But the reason that they are different is precisely why the law has to be repealed. In everything that they do and in every day, their honesty and integrity is part of a criminal prosecution. Whether they are swearing out a police report, taking the witness stand, or making an affidavit in their search and seizure warrants, their honesty and their integrity is always at issue. And yet in every case, like my colleague, Mr. Lotridge said, they go completely and entirely undisclosed. They are witnesses whose honesty is part of the prosecution. It is time to repeal LEOBR. And for those who asked us in the commission to restore public trust in policing, well, what would that do if we repealed LEOBR? Because it doesn't really speak to IAD files, and that's true. And so we have to enact an affirmative statement. We should undo LEOBR because law enforcement officers don't deserve these protections. They don't deserve more protections than any other profession in the state of Maryland. We should amend MPIA to not reach IAD files, and we should have an affirmative statement like we do with forensic labs, that documents about forensic lab mistakes are public documents, and so should IAD files be public documents. Officers should not be allowed to act with such impunity, and this secrecy that surrounds them is deeply pervasive in our criminal justice system. Just yesterday, I litigated a case in an outlying county with an officer who committed grave abuse against a young man, and the judge presiding over the matter said, "Ms. Levy, do you mean to tell me in every single case where there is a police officer involved, the prosecutor has a duty to look at their IAD files?" And the shocking answer is, it's not just me who thinks so. It's the Supreme Court of the United States in Cowles versus Whiteley who said, yes, they have a duty to seek that impeachment evidence and turn it over. But until we repeal the law and remove these outdated protections, then we will not change the culture of transparency and disclosure in America, and certainly not in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Levi, for testifying. Next, Mr. Marlon Tillman. You wait 1 second so you can get unmuted here. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Atterbury and Work Group. Reverend Marlon Tillman with Bridge Maryland Incorporated, a nonprofit, faith-based organization, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. The Maryland Law Enforcement Bill of Rights does an excellent job of protecting police officers from prosecution or even an inconvenience in their quality of life, should they ever be accused of misconduct. However, the Bill of Rights also does a scandalous job of protecting bad officers making poor decisions and exhibiting bad behavior. To that point, this Bill of Rights, as is written, gives police agencies, hearing boards, and the chief the flexibility of allowing bad police officers to go unpunished without any possible penalty for their actions. This Bill of Rights repeatedly uses terms like may or reasonable to describe actions that should be addressed and not be subject to interpretation, bias, or prejudice. For example, if a citizen's complaint or video recording is clearly a violation of human rights, why is Universal Citation Maryland Public Safety Code 3-112 written with subjectivity and vagueness? And thus, this Bill of Rights, although I originally thought it should be totally abolished, can be reformed by simply changing some key words from may to shall or reasonable to specific periods of time. Because as it stands right now, LEOBR is truly subject to the opinions of the officers who are policing themselves. For example, if you or I were accused of assault and battery, the statute of limitation for charges is 3 years according to Maryland Code Court and Judicial Proceedings, paragraph 5101. However, the statute of limitation for police officers is 1 year when classified as brutality. Likewise, civilians on hearing boards have a voice but no vote. Thus, they have no power to change the outcome against bad officers using bad judgment or, in some cases, repetitive bad behavior. Thus, this Bill of Rights, as it is currently written, does not afford the public any expectation that bad police officers will be judged by the same justice system everyone else is subject to, and thus it needs to be reformed immediately. Bad law enforcement officers should be treated with the same scrutiny as the public, because when police officers remove their uniforms, they are citizens too. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman, for testifying today. Next, Pastor Murray, Brian Murray.
Good afternoon. I am Brian Murray. I've been asked to offer a personal testimony with respect to one of the components of LEOBR, which has to do with body-worn cameras. And so, good afternoon. Once again, I'm Reverend Brian Murray. I'm the pastor of New Covenant Community United Church of Christ here in Baltimore. I live in Baltimore, and I've served for the last 4 years as co-chair of Bridge, Maryland. Last year in 2019, I was the jury foreman of a trial heard in the Circuit Court of Baltimore. The case involved an alleged parole violation, with the accused being charged with gun possession. Obviously, his prior acts prohibited this, and if found guilty, he would be sent back to jail. After 2 days of testimony, we were asked to deliberate. One of the tools at our disposal was video where the gun was found in a car the accused was traveling in, but because of a leg injury, was not driving. Also, there was body cam video of the accused encountering the police as he sat on the front steps of his home where the car was parked and the weapon was found. One of the key hindrances in our deliberations was the fact that the body cam audio was turned off during the interview with the alleged suspect. There was no way to determine what the accused was questioned about, nor his wife as she came out the front door. Despite the fact that they lived 2 doors down from a major, frequently patrolled drug corner, we had no choice but to find the accused not guilty. The jury was baffled as to why an officer would not have a body cam fully operational when answering a call. And given the climate of community mistrust with policing, it presented a scenario where a lack of transparency backfired in a seemingly obvious conviction. Given this real-life example, there should be consistency in body cam operating procedures and consequences in the absence of adhering to that procedure while on duty. Let us ensure complete transparency as law and order is enacted in our communities, because true guilt or true innocence is at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Shamia Oates.
Let's see. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
My name is Shamia, and I'm here to give my personal testimony. I am the sister of Emmanuel Oates, who was killed by the Baltimore County Police on February 19, 2019. Emmanuel did nothing wrong. When he was approached by officers, he presented his receipt that showed proof of his purchase. These officers antagonized, harassed, and attacked Emmanuel with no justification. There was no reason for them to do this. Where is that in the rule book? Why was that okay? They proceeded to follow him. They shot him about 4 times. Emmanuel, he curled over and he died. Not only did they slaughter him, but they stepped on his body. When we went to view the footage with the state's attorney, Robin Coffin, she tried to justify and lied about the situation, and she showed no regard for my brother's death. The Baltimore County Police, they lied to the media about what happened. They racially profiled him. They didn't have regard for his life because of the color of his skin. Officers should not view people who are Black and brown as criminals or as threats just because of the color of our skin. And for those who are mentally ill, if they don't know how to deal with people like that, they should call the crisis center. They should call someone who is trained with this area. As for the law enforcement officers' Bill of Rights, why is it that it's in place to protect the officers? Why is it not to protect the people, the citizens of the community? I think everybody should have access to those records as it pertains to the officers. What is there to hide? Why is it one-sided? I hope that this is an opportunity, not just a listening session, but for you guys to create change. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your story with us today. We appreciate it. Thank you. Next, Miss Egan, Jenny Egan. Nice to meet you. We met on social media.
Thank you, Delegate, and thank you for having me today. This work group has an historic opportunity and obligation to address the role policing plays in upholding white supremacy in our country. Members of this work group should reject and return donations they have received from the FOP, as it compromises your ability to act with the courage and the independence this moment requires. I would like to call for the 5 changes that were just enumerated by Carol Stern from JUFJ, and say that until you abolish LEOBR and make all investigations into misconduct transparent and entirely public, no one with the oversight responsibility for law enforcement can say with any authority they know what police are doing in our state. Police officers should be held to a higher, not a lower standard than everyone else. If sunshine and transparency would keep an officer from taking action or working for the police department, then that person is not fit for a badge. I would love to tell you the name of an active duty officer who has been credibly accused repeatedly of using his car to ram into children and run over citizens of Baltimore, but I cannot because of LEOBR. What I can tell you is that when the children I represent ask if they should file complaints against officers, I tell them no because of LEOBR. I have to look young Black children in the face every day, some who have been brutalized, bloodied, and beaten by police, and tell them if you file a complaint, it will take years to wind its way through an intentionally convoluted and rigged system. The officer will not face any repercussions for what he did to you. And in the meantime, he may harass you. He may arrest you. He may harass your family, and he may hurt you again. And no one, not me, not the courts, not your parents, can protect you because of LEOBR. No one should be above the law. I ask you to abolish LEOBR now, because I never want to deliver that speech again.
Thank you, and thank you for testifying today. Next, members of the work group, we are moving right into the last group of individuals. 20 some plus individuals signed up to testify during the final hour of our hearing today, which began 4 minutes ago. So the first person scheduled to testify is Ms. Tawanda Jones. And so just wait 1 second. We'll let you off the mute. There you go.
Okay. Can you guys see me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. Even though I know that 2 minutes won't cover everything, I want to hit the main points to what I'm trying to say. First of all, my brother Tyrone West was brutally executed right in Baltimore City 7 years ago. And me, my supporters have been fighting tirelessly for accountability. But the name of this officer, I want y'all to hear me crystal clear. He was beat to death by 11 to 15 Baltimore City officers, as well as one Morgan State University officer, David Lewis. But I want you to listen to this name, Jorge Bernardo Ruiz. He is a repeat violent offender. Before he executed Tyrone West in broad daylight with witnesses, with cameras rolling, just like they had cameras in Freddie Gray case and all of that. This animal had already had victims leading up to my brother's brutal murder. Within 24 hours, it was Darrell Harris. Then it was James Green, Joseph Green, Abdul Salam. These are the only victims that I know about. But the interesting, sad part is the day after my brother's 7-year anniversary, July the 18th of this year, I had to wake up on social media seeing this repeat violent offender brutalize someone else. Even though it was from 2016, it shouldn't have never happened. When is enough going to be enough? The law officer Bill of Rights needs to have been gone since 1974 when it was first established. It's about human rights. They are not above the law. All day, basically, you guys have been listening to powerful testimony, painful testimonies. It could easily be one of your loved ones. Don't wait till it's one of your loved ones before you guys decide to take it serious. How many victims have to be brutalized, murdered before you guys get rid of it? And quickly, before I close out, I want to talk about, they want to always talk about the Black gorilla family. Let's talk about the white gorilla family that are responsible for these blue collar crimes, okay? Let's talk about how Tyree Woodson, right, was supposed to have been a BG gang member or whatever. Basically, in 2014, was arrested or whatever, but basically, unfortunately, his life was stolen. Okay, they try to say this man committed suicide. How in the hell do you get the way they anal search? Let's be clear, anal search our brothers on the street for nothing. You're gonna bring a gang leader in there with a gun? And they find him, like, this is crazy. Let's think about Detective Cedar, okay, who was murdered by his own, and they want to rule it suicide. Enough is enough, because at the end of the day, we come complicit to these murders. The medical examiner's office, everybody that's not doing nothing is turning a blind eye. We need to clean the lens of law enforcement, the way you guys look at these laws, these lynching laws that allow us to be brutally murdered and executed. And nobody, and these officers, they get 10 to 15 days just before they get to give an interview. They don't get interrogated, they get a damn interview. My brother was murdered, and some of them didn't even get interrogated. Some of them didn't even get an interview. Some of them refused to give a statement. 11 to 15 men and women on one unarmed man that was doing nothing wrong. No drugs were never recovered. They claimed they found a bulge and my brother got combative. That was a lie. When my lawyers, my great lawyers, went to go get these so-called alleged drugs out the killer's mouth, out Ruiz, the repeat violent offender mouth, when asked, sworn in testimony, where was the drugs at? His words was, oh, I never saw drugs. I heard about it on the news. Are you kidding me? So you pulled one unarmed man out, brutally beat up, pepper spray, tased, and killed my brother for no reason. And it's bigger than my brother. That's why I fight for all the victims. I fight for Anthony Anderson, Gary Gray Hopkins. I fight for Dale Graham, Jamal Taylor, Jarrell Gray, Corinne Gaines. The list goes on. Kevin Cooper. I can't even read all of the names.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for testifying today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Sophia Marhanovic.
Yes, thank you. I am Dr. Sofia Marjanovic, PhD in immunology and microbiology. I trained at NIH in Bethesda. I am of the Ocheti Shakui tribe. I'm a survivor of domestic violence and police misconduct that led me to lose my 28-month-old breastfeeding son. In 2012, I was attacked holding my 10-day-old newborn son. I called the police. This began the nightmare of dealing with domestic abusers on the police force, coordinating with abusers to dominate and control survivors. I lost custody of my son to our abuser. Officer Freddie Charles, with a history of domestic violence, is in charge of the supervised visitation unit of the Anne Arundel County Sheriff's Department. He claimed he fears for his life around me because I video record all interactions and have gotten unethical people reprimanded. In 2016, I got a provision in House Bill 1016 for civilians to get outcomes of investigations of our complaints about police officers. Unfortunately, the way the bill was written leaves us unable to get the reports. The nightmare has continued since I last testified here. Anne Arundel County Sheriff's Department asked me how much I was willing to pay to see my son. Police are considered neutral witnesses in courts, despite getting paid overtime to attend court hearings. I have suffered for years, even becoming completely debilitated from pain, struggling to feel safe in my own body. I eventually became homeless and enslaved in human trafficking as a result. I've been in therapy for years trying to heal, but when the system is so unsafe, I need the system to be repaired to be safe. 40% of law enforcement are domestic abusers. 4 women and 4 children are killed every day in the United States by domestic violence. I demand that you release all disciplinary records of all public employees in the state of Maryland. My other demands to abolish the police and replace the police with safer systems are outlined in my written testimony that I've already submitted to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today. Next, Ms. Diane Owens.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Diane Owens, and I'm a public defender here in Baltimore City. Previously, I was a public defender in Hagerstown, Maryland, and Washington County. I represent indigent, vulnerable population here in Baltimore City that is overwhelmingly Black and brown. My clients suffer from mental health, as well as physical health conditions, housing, unemployment, and educational instability. My clients are brought into the court systems on charges based largely upon unsubstantiated hearsay. However, when my clients make complaints to me or to the court system about their treatment by the police officers that they encounter with, they are largely ignored. I have to sit and tell my clients why it's hard and why it's pretty much impossible to get their claims brought before the court. That when I go to trial, that I have to fight to get records, as you've heard from my colleagues, Ms. Debbie Levy and the head of Baltimore City, Kirsten Towns, as well as one of my other colleagues in Montgomery County. I have had countless battles with state's attorneys in Baltimore City about why records need to be released and why these records are relevant when I'm confronting and cross-examining officers that have brought charges against my clients. This is a systematic failure. Having worked in Washington County, where IAD files were never even mentioned, let alone even thought about, the system throughout the state of Maryland must change. First, the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights must be repealed. The police officers have the most power, they are the most protected, and they have the least accountability. I have looked over countless files, as Ms. Egan stated before previously, another colleague of mine from Baltimore City, but I can't tell you about any of those things because I don't have the ability to do so. But I've seen countless officers' names that are repeatedly mentioned and repeatedly nothing is done. The second is police files need to be made public. Third, an independent prosecution and investigation. Fourth, official tracking statewide. And fifth, civilian review boards established that actually have the power to investigate and charge police themselves. It is obvious from the current uprising and the uprisings that have been going on for years that police do not police themselves. They were not meant to do that. They were not meant to deal with our vulnerable population. And so I'm asking, and I appreciate the fact that you have brought this work group together, but that I ask that you listen to the other people that have come before me and don't go for the low-hanging fruit, but go for the actual real systematic change that must be done to protect all rights of all citizens, but mainly the over-policed Black and Brown population here in the state of Maryland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Soraya Ben.
I'm sorry, I hit the button. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Law enforcement began as slave patrols. The most minor infractions were enforced. Today, not much has changed. Use of force and policing, especially against Black and marginalized communities, are likely to end up in charges and sentencing. It seems that history is still ingrained in our law enforcement, nationwide, Maryland-wide. Training and body cameras are not the one-size-fits-all solution to the issue of police accountability. It hasn't brought all the change it was reported to bring locally or nationally. It's one part of providing transparency, but in reform, you must address it all. Legislative nibbling costs lives. In Maryland, in the last 30 years, 4 police officers have been decertified and 1 charged in 30 years. What other occupation have you heard of where there are thousands of employees, only a handful are disciplined? There's evidence that curtailing proactive policing can reduce crime. Additionally, per year, on average, police come into contact with dangerous assailants such as murderers, deadly felons, 5% or less of the time. The other 95% of the time is traffic stops, unlawful assembly, shopping cart returns, welfare checks, sometimes walking while Black, which means police spend most of their resource going after minor incidents, some not even against the law, that don't threaten everyday life, but do lead to mass incarceration and criminalization. So here are some of the solutions I believe. Anton's Law, which is a full package of use of force laws, and MPIA. Get rid of LEOBR, it's extra rights, it's a constitutional breach. Abolish qualified immunity. The families deserve a right to be able to sue if they need. I have also personally written 2 special prosecutor bills that I would like to submit in the upcoming session, because we know half of the criminal justice reform issue lies in the conflict of interest in those offices that are scared of prosecuting police partners. The Washington Post recently addressed this issue and of its impact. In sum, police are unable to reform themselves. It is a conflict of interest. It's time for our legislature to have the gravitas and the strength to do what New York, Colorado, and other states have done to ensure the public trust. Our state has paid out millions of dollars in police brutality settlements. We have had almost no cops fired. We have families suffering. And this week in the Baltimore Sun, police commissioner is begging the legislature to give him the power to easier fire corrupt cops. Many cops want the legislature to do the same, but there is a toxicity in the culture that won't allow them to publicly come out and speak. The time is now. Anton Black, Corn Gaines, Archie Elliott, Freddie Gray, Duncan Lemp, Tanya Buggs, Angela Randolph. There's many more. The list goes on. But we have to have the gravitas to move from the stat quo and finally have some police accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ben. Next, Ms. Kendra Marsh.
Good evening, Chairman and work group members. My name is Kendra Marsh. I'm a resident of Baltimore City, and I'm testifying on behalf of the People's Commission to Decriminalize Maryland. The People's Commission was created to reduce the disparate impact of the justice system on youth and adults who have been historically targeted and marginalized by local and state criminal and juvenile laws based on their race, gender, disability, or social economic status. Maryland law criminalizes adolescents. Young people can be charged in court with status offenses for behaviors such as skipping school and being disobedient at home. School resource officers can arrest students for disorderly conduct for fights at school, fights that are handled without police involvement in schools that don't have a law enforcement on campus. Did you know that in fiscal year 2019, 81% of referrals to the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services were for status offenses, citations, ordinance violations, and misdemeanor offenses? Research has told us time and time again that diverting these youth away from arrest and court involvement gets better public safety outcomes and better results for the young people themselves. So why has Maryland continued to rely on arrest and court involvement in these situations? If a young person is struggling or engaged in concerning behavior, we should want to help them. But if we really want to help, the right response is to stop, listen to what the young person is going on, listen to that young person about what is going on in their life, and then figure out how to support them in their own community. We cannot continue to rely on the police to respond. I believe this is a moment in which we can tear down the power of police departments that have historically oppressed the most vulnerable in society, and instead uplift and provide resources for the communities that have been over-policed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Jawanda Strickland Lucas, excuse me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live in Harford County where things like hangings get ruled as homicides and never hit the news, where stories of police abuse and targeting and harassment go unaddressed, and even where the lack of diversity with the county sheriff's office department has continued to go unaddressed, although group I'm with, Voices for Racial Change, has met with them through 2 cycles in order to address the issue. I'm really interested in your process that will come out of this committee. I'm looking for a process to provide quality community input and inclusion, which would be more than what we actually have provided by this one meeting, that provides an ongoing approach with clear objectives for effectual results, and is not just a mere exercise in pacification, and a process that will see that Antoine's Law is passed and existing practices, guidelines that perpetuate and uphold the abuse of power and systemic racism that we see in current law enforcement practices be eliminated, which would mean shutting down the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights and the qualified immunity. We are counting on this committee to bring about effectual change through an effective process, because the communities are suffering under the current law enforcement standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Wesna Davis.
It's Westina. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm Westina Davis. I'm from Aberdeen, Maryland, Harford County. And these are my views on the police accountability in Maryland. Citizens should be able to ask cops for the info without being threatened with arrest. Citizens should be able to file a formal complaint against an officer and not be the laughingstock of the office when they come to their precinct to do so. The grievance should be taken seriously and not made to feel bad for doing it. I stopped to take down an officer's car number in Aberdeen, Maryland in 2015 when I noticed he was pulling over folks who could not get over in the fast lane when his car with lights was lit upon the shoulder. Maryland passed the move over law that cars are supposed to move to another lane or slow down when emergency vehicles are on the shoulder. I couldn't move over because traffic wouldn't let me get over. But I did, however, move slowly past the officer's car. I noticed the officer yelled, "Move," at me to move, and motioned with his hand. I was unsure what his hand gesture meant and didn't think anything of it. However, I decided to pull up further on the shoulder to write his car info down to take to the precinct to ask him questions. I parked up at a safe distance on the shoulder while writing down the officer's info. The officer came away from his conversation he was having with somebody else and approached me and asked for my license and registration. When I asked the officer why, he refused to tell me, and that if I did not give it over, he would arrest me for obstruction of justice, and disorderly conduct. I told the officer I was just writing down info and would be on my way. I was a woman just writing down info on a hot spring day in a dress. I thought the convo was over. had no idea the officer was following me to my car and wouldn't allow me to shut the door. Here I am surrounded after the officer called for backup with officers with their hands on their guns drawn. I got a ticket for almost $300 that I had to fight in court. The judge refused to see my video recording, but wanted to know from the officer if I was nice and respectful to him. This is something that has been going on long enough. And I mean, as citizens, I feel like we should be able to approach an officer, even if it's respectful way, and still get an answer and not made to feel bad for us asking them anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for testifying today.
Thank you.
Miss Denise Perry.
Hi, I'm calling about the law.
Mom's good.
The Law Officers Bill of Rights and Reform, because here where I live in also Hartford County, I guess it's Hartford County now, where we have a lot of problems here. And there is nothing in place if we want to get any type of support or to file a complaint and then being able to have someone follow up with that complaint. There's no mechanism right now for that to happen. And so a lot of things are going unaddressed. I got a call from a young woman that it was a traffic stop. She was detained and taken to one of our precincts in Hartford County with a young baby. The baby was like 4 months old. They wouldn't let her feed the baby. She couldn't change the baby or anything. And then they eventually let her go without any charges, but they continued to harass her. They would come to where she lived and hang around and intimidate her when she was driving. And still, there was nothing in place to file a complaint. And those type of incidents are probably, that's what I know about, and they're probably a lot more than that. And with the Bill of Rights, they almost have total impunity. They cannot, anything could be done to address those problems. So I would surely like to see something happen where that can be addressed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for testifying. Next, Mr. Joe Perez.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Joe Perez, testifying on behalf of the Hispanic National Law Enforcement Association, as well as being a retired Prince George's County police officer. I just want to give you the perspective from a law enforcement officer. First of all, I think that the Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights should be totally abolished. Why? Because you have systems in that Law Enforcement Officer Bill of Rights that's supposed to protect whistleblowers, for example, and no one knows how to enforce those particular rights. And if you look across the state, officers are being terminated, officers are being disciplined, and there isn't necessarily a problem with the Bill of Rights itself. It's the problem of enforcement. No one knows how to enforce the whistleblowers section of that particular law of the state. In addition to that, I think that there should be a centralized state entity to keep track of police use of force and police involved shootings. And also, just like with the Bill of Rights, you need to have some type of mechanisms in place to enforce whatever information you're asking for. You can't just say they have to report certain information and then there's no one to follow up or no one to actually take action against a police department when they don't report whatever they're required to report, And I think, you have to keep us honest. You keep us honest by putting laws in place and then mechanisms to address those laws. Another thing that I would also recommend would be, the officer bystander intervention program, so that it takes the onus away from the actual officer having to report another officer, because the systems within the police department those are the things that prevent you from reporting other officers' misconduct. So there has to be, you know, penalties for not reporting when you see something. So those are just a couple of my recommendations. And I think at the very top of the list, we need to make sure that these chiefs of police, these executives are held accountable, but with something tangible. You know, if they don't turn in information the way they're supposed to, eventually, you know what? There should be some charges. You know, there should be some criminal charges. Their officers continue to abuse people and shoot people, then there should be criminal charges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to call Anna Martinez and Ana Laura together because one is a translator for the other. So we'll call them both.
Ana, ya puedes hablar.
And
1 second, she might be having technical difficulty.
Okay. It says connecting to, let's give it 1 second here. So Matt, I think we'll circle back. And if we can hear from Ms. Shannon Iman and then circle back, maybe Ana Laura will be connected by then. So let's hear from Ms. Shannon Iman now.
She seems to be having technical difficulties too.
Okay, we were doing great. Okay, so let's see. Mr. Michael Stone.
Hi, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm an attorney. I've worked to help homeless people and people at risk of homelessness, mostly Black or Brown, receive expungements for the majority of my legal career. I'm also a Mexican-American man who is white passing. And I come from this from a perspective of talking to my darker relatives and having them ask me, Mike, how do I avoid getting killed? And at this point in time in our country, in the state, I don't have an answer for them. Because apparently being asleep in your bed doesn't keep you from getting killed. Complying with the orders of the cop pulling you over doesn't keep you from getting killed. It's more or less if you are lucky enough to catch a law enforcement officer on a good day, or someone who chooses not to do the wrong thing, you are lucky enough to be alive. So that's where I'm coming from. I think Maryland has a responsibility to fix this. These are our laws. We were one of the first states in the country to come up with a law enforcement officer Bill of Rights. We have a unique responsibility in that role as we were the first and other states got to see what happened. And things have to change. We need a standard use of force policy across the state, and that includes escalation use of force. It cannot be held to the whims of the local department. We need a state level cause of action to sue bad cops when they violate someone's civil liberties. And it needs to be without qualified immunity. The catch-22 of you can't sue the bad cop unless someone else has successfully sued the bad cop before has to go away. It's a joke. It needs to be much harder for bad cops to hide their patterns of bad behavior. So we can't have personnel records disappearing in 3 years after they get 30, 40 different accusations of wrongdoing. It needs to be easier to remove bad cops. as a preparation for this, I took a look at LEOBR, and I will tell you, as someone with a criminal concentration background, there are more due process rights for cops facing only the threat of losing their job than there are for criminal defendants. If the restrictions on interrogations existed for criminal defendants as they are for law enforcement officers being investigated for wrongdoing, you would never get a confession in the state of Maryland ever again. And looking at that and knowing it was drafted largely by police unions, they know exactly what they were going for. They created a system that would be almost impossible to actually hold someone administratively responsible for their actions. The fact is, in this state, that it is easier to fire an MVA administrator than it is to fire a bad cop. And given that we give the cops literally the power to use their judgment to extrajudicially kill someone, they should have higher standards on their behavior, not lower standards. It is irrational to expect a state's attorney to prosecute bad cops. They have to work with them on a day-to-day basis, and the payoff for trying to prosecute a bad cop is to have a police slowdown in your city, as Baltimore City has seen. So it needs to be handled by the Attorney General, and the Attorney General needs the resources to do so. There's other stuff in my written testimony, but I'll leave with, before doing this, I had very liberal friends telling me that it was a waste of time, that this was all a dog and pony show, nothing was going to come from it. And I implore you to actually fix this, abolish LEOBR, or do something about it to drastically change it, because people are questioning their faith in the justice system and they're questioning their faith in democracy. And there is a point where if our elected representatives don't do things to support or restore that faith, to keep Black and brown people from getting killed on the whim of a cop having a bad day without responsibility, then someone else needs to be there. And that'll be it.
Thank you for testifying today. Next, Mr. Seth Grimes.
Thank you, Delegate Atterbury and members of the work group. My name is Seth Grimes. I'm testifying on behalf of Tacoma Park Mobilization, an advocacy organization with 2,000 members in the Tacoma Park Silver Spring area, active in environmental, justice, and economic matters. We appreciate your efforts to study sensible, necessary changes to state law to improve public safety and boost police accountability. We have discussed this initiative and other reform possibilities within our group's Equal Justice Committee, with organizations including the ACLU, and with our representatives, including notably Senate Judicial Proceedings Chair Will Smith. We recently joined dozens of other advocacy organizations in calling for 5 major reforms: allow investigations into all police misconduct to be disclosed under the Maryland Public Information Act, create statutory limits on the use of force by law enforcement, repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, give the people of Baltimore the ability to govern the Baltimore City Police, take law enforcement out of schools. We reiterate this call and reinforce the need for the House to listen to its resident constituents rather than deferring to fraternal order of police chapters and police department and prosecutor lobbyists. Reform should be enacted with an eye toward shifting of legislative and funding priorities away from policing and toward other ways to keep our communities safe. Regarding LEOBR repeal, we call for replacement with state standards and mandates for meaningful civilian oversight and access to disciplinary records and databases, among other points. While we find attractive the notion of empowering Maryland's police chiefs to handle matters under their purview without current constraints, Maryland needs state transparency and accountability standards that cannot be negotiated away in concessions to local police fraternal orders. Please make comprehensive police reform legislation, including LEOBR repeal, a priority for the 2021 Maryland legislative session. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for testifying today. Let's see if Ms. Shannon Iman can get on now.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I do believe that officers do need some more training and better leadership, but I'm discouraged that law enforcement officers are being made out to be the problem. I think a majority of their contact with the public are under stressful situations and that they have an extremely difficult job to do. and that they should not have their due process rights diminished during disciplinary processes. That's all.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call Ms. Ana Laura, and I believe you are on the phone and will translate for Ms. Ana Martinez.
Perfect. Actually, it's going to be Ana Martinez will be translating for Ana Laura. And she's on the phone.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ana.
Sí, mi nombre es Ana Laura García y soy voluntaria de casa y soy presidenta de la Workgroup PAC.
So my name is Ana Laura Garcia. I'm the president of the mobile homes in Middlebrook in Germantown, and I'm a volunteer with CASA. Ana.
Sí, voy con mi testimonio. Yo personalmente he sido golpeada por los policías y he sufrido de dolores de los golpes que me han dado los policías y también mi hijo.
So I personally have been injured by the police that caused a lot of pain for me, as well as my son.
Y yo estoy pidiendo alguna ley para la comunidad que proteja la dignidad y el maltrato que la policía les ha dado. O sea, ahora estoy pidiendo por la comunidad.
And I'm asking for policies that support the community when it comes to these type of situations when there's police brutality.
Porque esto no nomás ha afectado a mi vida personal, sino también a la comunidad.
Because this isn't impacting me personally, but also the community.
Y que yo no estoy de acuerdo que a los policías les han dado leyes de privilegio para que nos torturen.
And I don't think it's right that the police have received the privileges to continue to hurt us.
Lo que yo estoy dando a entender que las leyes se han hecho torcidas o se han hecho mal elaboradas.
Because I think that this is these policies that have passed are incorrect.
Porque en vez de proteger al ser humano, pues se protege más a la policía.
Because instead of protecting the community member, they're protecting more the police officer.
Y queremos también que los policías sean transparentes con sus testimonios cuando detienen a algún ser humano.
And we want to make sure that there's transparency when a situation happens, when they're treating someone incorrectly.
Porque lastimosamente, últimamente, ellos han estado echando mentiras y dan un mal testimonio, por eso que tenemos mucha gente inocente en la cárcel.
And because of the different incorrect information that's provided, it's a lot of the reason why there's a lot of people in prison.
Y por eso nosotros hemos perdido la confianza con la policía, porque la policía en vez de que nos proteja, pues nos amenaza.
And that's why there's a lot of confidence has been lost with the police, because instead of protecting us, they're sometimes threatening us.
Eso es todo.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for testifying today, and thank you for the translation. Next, Mr. Matt Post. There you go. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and members of the workforce work group. My name is Matt Post. I'm 20 years old and a college student, born and raised in Montgomery County. I'm happy that this work group finally exists, that the legislature has taken this issue seriously, and I feel hopeful because the legislature has finally followed the lead of legislators like Delegate Acevedo in pushing for Anton's Law and the repeal of the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. However, I worry that many of the reforms this work group has considered, while necessary, are not nearly enough. And I'm concerned that those reforms around the edges, the smoothing over and painting over of deeper injustices, that in pursuit of moderate incrementalism, those reforms will be seen by the legislature as enough. I question what good a body camera on a police officer does when it captures the officer carrying out legal enforcement of deeply immoral and unjust laws. Is there anything more just about a teenager's life destroyed for cannabis distribution just because it's recorded in high definition? Is there anything really more acceptable about a school police officer arresting a student for disorderly conduct just because that officer has sat through a cultural proficiency training? Are we really willing to say that a racially motivated traffic stop predicated on bogus suspicion is somehow more okay when the public gets to see the footage after? My issue is these reforms are ultimately a response to brutality after the fact. So I again question why we must accept that premise. I believe that at this moment, in this window of historic opportunity, we can build a new system of public safety and criminal justice that does not allow for the state-mandated brutalization of its people in the first place. So I urge this work group, exceed the constrained mandate that was handed to you. In your recommendations, confront the legislature with the reality of what is needed to meet your charge. If you want the public to trust the police, if you want public confidence restored in law enforcement and criminal justice, if you want safer communities, the legislature cannot simply pass surface level tweaks or adjustments or corrections. It will require fundamental changes, sometimes unpopular. It will require a willingness to invest in education, in healthcare, in housing, in school counselors, in school nurses, in school social workers, in the fundamentals of a healthy society that we know make all of us safer, but for some reason are time and time again neglected from the legislature's conversations of public safety. I plead with this work group to not succumb to the tranquilizing force of moderacy or incrementalism or compromise. We will either get this right now or the pressure will again build. And if we go down that path, I worry about the future of our state. Thank you all for your time, and to many of you for leading the way on this issue when so many people in power were looking the other way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Gregory Jackson.
Need to be unmuted. Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening. My name is Greg Jackson. I'm a survivor of gun violence, the advocacy director for the Community Justice Action Fund, and a member of the Maryland Violence Prevention Coalition. We are a coalition of victim service providers, advocacy groups, frontline violence intervention programs, and concerned community leaders across Maryland. For those who don't know, Maryland suffers over 1,000 shootings each year, with the results of deaths and injuries costing our state $1.3 billion per year. And despite this enormous cost, community-based solutions are underfunded and undersupported beyond policing. We are deeply concerned that the effect of police abuse and misconduct has a major impact on the cycle of violence. I've personally been racially profiled and unjustly held at gunpoint 5 times. And when I was shot as a survivor of gun violence, when I was shot in 2013, I was interrogated by 2 officers and 3 investigators before I could talk to my doctor. And when I met my doctor, he said I only had about 24 minutes to live due to the damage to my body. And I think, that in itself shows you where the priorities lay and how we deal with violent crime and how we deal with survivors. Over 66% of all people who are shot survive. And the majority of people who interact with the criminal justice system were once a victim of violent crime before they committed any act of violent crime. But we know there are many reasons why our communities are experiencing violence beyond policing, but we recognize that when communities lose faith in policing and see a government that's failing them, it's no surprise why they're taking justice into their own hands. And as a coalition, we agree that rebuilding trust starts with accountability and oversight, but this should also be connected with a real commitment from government to invest in community-based solutions to address violent crime and to address community violence across the state. We know this doesn't happen by accident, but we also recognize that the real solutions to addressing violence and violent crime is by empowering communities and community-based solutions. In Maryland, we once passed the Violence Intervention and Prevention Program effort which funded efforts like Safe Streets, ROCA Incorporated, hospital-based violence intervention programs, restorative justice efforts, and more. But this past year, we saw that funding was vetoed, and we're watching these same community-based organizations struggling to survive while we're turning around and watching police budgets thrive. And we think that's a big challenge. So we strongly recommend that as part of your efforts as a work group that you include investing in these solutions, including community-based violence intervention and prevention programs, cognitive behavior therapy programs for those who are most at risk to violence, funding violence survivor support services and resources, and also funding hospital-based violence intervention and prevention programs. In our written statement, we shared a lot of the stats about how these programs have been successful, but a lot of them can definitely scale, can definitely grow, and can definitely do more to make our state safer and healthier and stronger. We know, and we think it's very clear, and I think everyone's seen it even during COVID-19, that Maryland, we cannot arrest or prosecute our way through the crisis of violence in our communities. It's going to take investments in the root causes and real community commitment and empowering those in those communities to really turn this tide. So thank you for your time, and hopefully you will include that in your recommendations.
Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. Jackson. Next, Ms. Danica Starks.
Hello, my name is Danica Starks. Hello to the Honorable Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Danica Rochelle Starks, and I'm a longtime resident in Glendale in Prince George's County, Maryland. In 1855, President Lincoln wrote a letter to Joshua Speed regarding his rival party, the Know Nothing Party. And he said, as a nation, we begin by declaring that all men are created equal. We now practically read it, all men are created equal except Negroes. When the Know Nothings get control, it will read, all men are created equal except Negroes, foreigners, and Catholics. When it comes to this, I should prefer immigrating to some country where they make no pretense of loving liberty, to Russia, for instance, where despotism can be taken pure and without base alloy of hypocrisy. Unfortunately, my experiences today with the police in this country and in this county most closely resemble what Lincoln feared as a comparison. It resembles my experience in Russia. In 1997, I was a student in Moscow during the tumultuous transition, or lack thereof, from autocracy to democracy, where the rule of law was almost nowhere to be found. The police were not accountable. They assumed the worst in any situation that they encountered, and they targeted Black and brown people for what amounted to unwarranted harassment. In this country, Black people are the victims of police shootings at a disproportionate rate, like killed than white people. 95% of people killed by police are killed with guns. And every year, police in America shoot and kill more than 1,000 people. This adds up to one thing. We cannot separate police violence from gun violence. They've become one and the same, and we have become just as bad as a country like Russia in the 1990s. This is further inflamed by centuries of systemic racism, a lack of accountability, and a society that values the freedom to own a gun more than the lives they claim those guns will protect. There are some solutions. Law enforcement must be properly trained against the use of deadly force, except when absolutely necessary. Police misconduct must be subject to clear and consistent scale for discipline. Body cameras, other measures to improve transparency and accountability are a must. Community outreach and other efforts must be stepped up. And we need to develop other tools for conflict residents and concerned citizens. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for testifying today. Our final member of the public to testify before the work group is Joe Mager.
Hi, thank you, Chair Adberry and members of the work group. My name is Joe Magar. I live in Baltimore. As part of Jews United for Justice, I wanted to reiterate the 5 reforms that we make, along with 80 plus other organizations from around the state of Maryland. They are calling on the General Assembly to make to repeal the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, restore local control of the Baltimore City Police Department, make investigations into police misconduct more transparent, and limit the use of force by law enforcement officers, and remove law enforcement officers from schools. While all of these reforms are critical for substantive change, in my short time, I will speak to skewed standards for accountability that provisions like the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights and the current state of the MPIA create. My track record is always 2 steps ahead of me. When I'm at the top of my game, it's a foot in the door to some other opportunity. And when I've bitten off more than I can chew or underperformed, it rides ahead of me like a warning beacon. While no one's life is ever in my hands, police aren't the only ones with high stakes fields. People in the medical field, like my wife, who's a primary care physician, make decisions that affect people's lives every day and are also in the fields with higher risks of workplace violence and are risking themselves. Despite this, people in medical field and physicians are held to a higher standard, much higher standard of accountability than police. Patients can look up disciplinary records, the Maryland Board of Physician websites of physicians, and information that is kept from the public is done so to protect patient medical privacy. This is the opposite approach that law enforcement takes to records, where police records are shielded at all costs. But when it comes to the records of those who have to interact with the police, representatives of law enforcement fight tooth and nail against attempts to expand expungement or efforts to protect returning citizens from discrimination. That race, wealth, and privilege play so heavily into how these track records are recorded and perceived should only serve to further highlight how important transparency and accountability is. Law enforcement should be held to, at a minimum, the same accountability standards as the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying this evening. Members of the work group, that concludes the public testimony for tonight. I want to first thank all the members of the public who signed up, who testified, who submitted written testimony, and who submitted video testimony, which I would encourage the members to go. We did not have time tonight to watch those, but they will be posted on the website where we can all take a look at them. I also want to again thank our staff for the work group, Matt, Claire, and Ken, for putting this together and doing an amazing job. And OIS, it was a significant amount of work and behind the scenes while this was happening. Our next meeting is going to be on August 27th at 1 p.m., at which time we will hear from the chiefs and sheriffs, the FOP, and the state troopers. Look for correspondence in your inbox tomorrow from me outlining the remaining dates, our remaining meetings, and including our remaining work sessions. So with that, good evening. Thank you again for all of the work that you guys are doing on this issue and for participating